And we're going to be picking up where we left off with Farming Simulator. Since the game did come out, we are running completely mod-free. We've been doing sort of a challenge run where I started with $0 on the hardest economy settings and building up from there. For those who saw our Survivor Man challenge in Farm Sim 22, it's not quite as slow as 22 was, because we are allowing ourselves to do contracts and all that kind of stuff, because we don't have a proper map for doing Survivor stuff. Survivor Man stuff. And then the other thing we do is I have been doing dare drops to get keys for everyone. I still have the 2 keys that they've already given me for the dare drops to give out. I'm not doing those today. I've got one that's pending. Where we've done the objective, but I haven't received the key yet. And I got those 2 objectives up there where those will equal more keys that I can give out to the community. And my plan was to get 3 of the keys. Then I'd do a giveaway so that the first, like at the beginning, middle, and end of the stream, I'd give away 1 key, and then the other 2 just whenever, because I can't really distribute those in a way that matter, and we may not get both those done. To that end, we have been building the temple. We are on the 7th stage, I believe, out of I don't know how many, but we're making good progress there. This one is ridiculous. It's like I need 24 pallets of beams, which is a lot of heckin' money. And we have been slowly building up our farm. We now own, I believe it's 3 tiles of land. And so we have increased the amount of rice we get every year to about 3 times what it was. So we should be breaking out from our farm itself over 12, 13,000 a year from the rice, and then a bit more from the rest. Let me go ahead and get our music going. All right, so let's see where we left off. It'll stutter just a little bit when we first load in, but that's fine. So let's check on our things. So I got a bunch of production lines going. We've got our greenhouse for our rice saplings. We've got our greenhouse for our chili peppers and all that kind of good stuff. We have our preserved goods where we're making kimchi right now that we're selling. Which we did kind of make the discovery is this place doesn't store even a full pallet of these other materials as far as I was able to tell, which does mean we are losing that material for these 3, the ones that are at 480, where it does store enough Napa cabbage, so we're deliberately not delivering stuff there. We'll also need more wood for that. Do we have any good contracts this time? I mean, that's a pretty good contract for handing over to the AI to do. That wood transport, I don't like that 1 cart. Yeah, so what we'll do is I'll borrow the equipment for that, and I'll get our AI worker dealing with this really fast. We will check to make sure there's nothing on sale I really care about. And we'll keep things going. I won't be doing just rice to 1 million. At least that's not the plan. Like, there will eventually be a point in this run. What field? Alright, 41, that's over there. There'll eventually be a point in this run where we're able to make some pretty okay money that will be like, alright, buying freeze and just push for the 1 million to get that unlocked. I don't think we're near that yet. Because, like, I could just grind contracts to it. But that would be, like, 50 to 100 contracts. You know, or more, all give and take, depending on their price. So we definitely don't want to go that route. But if we continue to bootstrap up the farm more and more. And I could also do the thing, thank you for the follow, welcome to stream. I could also do the thing where you just buy solar panels, you plunk them down, you fast forward, you plunk them down, you fast forward. I don't want to do that. To me, like, it's perfectly fine if you do, like, literally, if you enjoy playing the game, it doesn't matter what you're doing for fun in the game. If you're having fun, you're playing correctly. So I can hand that over to the AI. I needed wood for our sawmill, so let's go grab some wood. You really like logging in 22, but the equipment needed is very expensive. Not good for making money with no equipment. Yeah, so we do still have that where it takes a little bit of equipment to start getting logging going. You can kind of get away without it if you want to take something like a little trailer that you can put the logs on. You can, like, cut the logs up, put it on the little trailer, feed in a sawmill, and still make relatively decent money. But yeah, it's nothing like once you get, like, the proper equipment. And we are not necessarily using the logging primarily as an income source. We're actually using it for building the temple. We just happen to get an income for doing that at the same time. Alright. So I'm not out here logging all day. We just basically take enough that we've got our sawmill mostly topped off. And then once I top off the sawmill, I do other things. I think the next major purchase we have planned for this run is this field in front of me. It's the plot that this field's on, which includes this. It includes that farmhouse and all that. There's a couple of what look like they might be production buildings up there. But with that, I'm having problems getting it so you can get to the greenhouse I built very easily. There's like a ledge there, but it won't let me terraform it to make it easier to use the forklift on because the edge of it isn't my property. Oh, right, I already have one of these. Alright, well, you just stay there for right now. That's right, we did drag a really big tree here last time, and it's so large. I'm assuming the reason it hasn't been pulled into the sawmill yet is it will more than max it out. If this gets down lower, we'll just cut a chunk off of it and call it a day. So with that, we have that one contract going. What other contracts do we have going that would be worth me grabbing? I mean, the wood transport's good money, but not really what we're looking for. I don't feel like dealing with the baling, so not really good options there. I could... How many beams do you need? It's obnoxious, right? Alright, so it's 20... Yeah, it's... No, actually, it's 23 stacks of beams. Alright, well, it's time to go wipe ourselves out financially, chat. Because with one of our objectives to be... Man, that sucks. It's going to be so much money. But it does take the sawmill, like, 2 in-game months to make a stack, and I don't feel like waiting 2 in-game years to do it. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go and buy those beams. Get that moving. There's going to be a couple of laps with this, because... So it's 23. I already know I can't get 10 of those on here without it being super... Well, actually, can I? Yeah, no, I can get, I can get those 3 wide, 2 tall, so that's 6. And then I can put 2 on the back, so that's 8. I can probably get done in 3 trips. Oh, it's starting to really move when you don't have all those beams. Well, part of it is keeping in mind I'm driving much slower when I have the beams because of just how ridiculously top-heavy we get. And the fact that if I take any corners with all the beams loaded, it just goes rolling. And while I can just get the tractor and then pick it back up, it takes it from however long it takes me to drive back and forth to however long the tractor plus the hassle of lifting it back up, back and forth. So it just saves so much time to be cautious when I'm loaded. Yeah, I was going to avoid doing this because this is going to set us back several thousand. But at the same time, we'll get the next stage going. So I need this. We need our forklift attachment. Okay. Let's get this over the warehouse, load up our truck. I don't think we need to do all, like, 3 runs in one day, because it always seems to go through about 3,000 to 6,000 of the material we put into it per day. So if I do a full load on the truck, I think a completely full load on the truck would be enough to have it satisfied for this in-game day, and then we'd be able to advance the day to the next day. You know, get the next step of the process sorted out. You get where that's going. So rather than just doing lap after lap after lap, that'll be a good one for situations like this where I do have a contract going that, you know, I can just hand over to the AI and still make some money. And I can meanwhile work on some of these art projects. I'm hoping we're getting kind of to the biggest steps, because I don't distinctly remember when I did the Silver Run roller coaster. It didn't seem like every step was necessarily bigger than the step before. It definitely felt like you'd have a big step, and then you have like a bunch of random stuff, and then another decent sized step and all that. So my hope is these won't all get too horrifically expensive. But that'll be fun to build the temple. And this time, I'm pretty sure there is an achievement for building the temple and building the silo. So Riverbend in this map, which makes me assume that the other map would also have its achievement for its project. But I really do like this mechanic where you do change the map. And for one other thing that people have observed on the map is when you take goods to the farmer's market in town, those goods actually do show up in the farmer's market. They don't just disappear into the ether. Why are you flickering? We haven't had flicker in many days. Boo, game. It's fine. Like, we had flicker for a while, and then I updated my video drivers, and then we had no flicker for like 2-3 streams. And we just had some flickering a moment ago. It is an issue that people have been complaining about. I don't know what the actual cause is to it. It is something related to the game and the graphics card with the game kind of thing. Ah, that hurts. All right, we'll go ahead and grab 10 stacks. I'm gonna try to load all 10 up in one go. I should not try to load up all 10 in one go, but, you know. We'll see. So I can grab them 2 at a time with the forklift, because that's as long as the tangs are. I mean, technically I can grab 4 at one time if I split it half and half, but then I have to, like, do a whole wiggle to get through the door, and then it doesn't fit through correctly, and it's a whole big thing. Careful not to back up too much so you don't accidentally go over the sell point. And just nudge that on there. Cool. So with that, let's grab the next 2. Excuse me? I think I was lifting it under the electrical box. And the electrical box is apparently extremely well mounted to that wall. Thank you, really annoying cars. And I know how I think I'm going to try to load up the extras. Because 10 will be the most I've loaded on here before. I'm gonna try something. I don't know if it's gonna work. If I... No, we definitely don't want to strap it like that. There we go. Let's pop in here real fast and strap those in place. But inch forward, will you go away? Thank you. Alright, so grab the next two for the other side. What's the best way to make money? Whatever way is the most fun. Because you can make money faster, but if you're not enjoying it, you won't stick to the game. Generally speaking, production lines is where the money's at. That you get whatever good, and you put into, like, let's say it's flour. Or, sorry, wheat. So you take wheat, you put into a production facility to make flour, and then you use the flour to make bread, and then you sell the bread. Because each time you put it through a production line, you get about 1.5 what you put in. Give or take. It varies crop to crop, but about 1.5. But there are some stuff... Hi.
I just wanted to give you a kitty.
Mm-hmm. I love you. Am I overloading this truck?
You'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. Did you put it down? Would you... I see. So don't fall off. Nope, that's why I kept those there. Just gonna push it. Nope, nope, no, no. There you go. Just have Raj drive it, it'll be fine. But yeah. But, so, like, I know that's not the answer, but it's one of those things that if you try and do, like, what is, like, legitimately the micro absolute best money, you'll more than likely not have as much fun. But yeah, so anything that has a production line, you'll usually have a good time with so far as doing that. Pretty good answer. Always thought of doing? Yeah. I know some things that can be relatively good money, as I do know forestry is relatively good money. I do know silage, while it isn't as good as it was in Farm Sim 22, is still very, very lucrative. From what I've heard, it still is definitely one of, like, the top 10 money makers. Probably top 3 or 4. Okay, so my plan had been to stick these off the backs that way, but I'm looking at that, and I'm doing the science, and going, no, that's only about the third the length, so that's definitely not going to work out. So you're going to put these two the same way we have on the last couple rounds. But yeah, no, if you're new to the game, like you're still learning it, my general recommendation is start with one of the really simple crops, like wheat or canola, like any of the grains. The canola is also one. Sunflowers could be fine as well. You know, stuff like that. Start there. Yep, put that one down. Because those are relatively simple crops to learn and all that. They do make pretty solid money. Probably go shift off towards me once you're not being held up by the forks. Okay. Yeah, you're starting with corn to get back into Farm Sim, then feel it out. I'm trying to remember what production lines corn... Yeah, no, the corn, I believe you can, What production lines does corn? I think corn has 2 or 3 production lines to it. This is not where I find that out, by the way. We can go here to construction. So let's see what we have for corn. So it's not the bakery. So that can go to the cereal factory. I actually don't remember. I know the cereal factory can take a bunch of things. I just don't remember what the rules are. And I thought you could also take it to the preserves place, and it would give, like, canned corn or whatever. Yeah, here we go. No, so it looks like cereal might be the only thing you could do with the canned corn. Or with the corn, I mean. But I don't remember, like, what all you need. But yeah, so it looks like corn is only cereal. No corn syrup? No. They don't tell me this now? It's fine. Like, I can't remember if you can put it in the cereal factory. I mean, worst case, you just sell it as corn. The good news, though, with corn, let's say you're like, oh man, I made a mistake, corn's not good, like, whatever reason. I don't think it'll be that bad. Corn uses the exact same equipment as sunflowers, and sunflower, I know you can make sunflower oil. So this is one of those things that's one of the reasons why, like, the generic simple crops are really good, is they share equipment, so you can just easily go from one to the other with, like, 0 additional effort. Alright, so this is going to be the real spicy one. Does this get high enough to do this? I think it does. We have not stacked this high before, and I'm going to try and drop 1 on this side. And then 1 on the other side, so it's not way too burdened. This is the most top-heavy we've done. This should really be 2 trips. But hear me out. I don't feel like it, and also content. So, you know. And I would add on to this disaster, but I can't afford to add on to the disaster. Like, not a skill level. I mean, I can't afford the materials to put on top. Alright, will it let me strap those down? I think it will. Yes. So we are currently carrying 10,000 liters of wood beams. Oh, it's already bouncing a little. Okay. Let's just go ahead and adjust our cruise control for just a moment. Don't worry about it, chat. We're just gonna be limiting ourselves a little bit here. Odd but technically correct way to measure construction wood. Yeah, that's the thing. Technically, because liters is volume, you can measure anything in liters, but a lot of these things you wouldn't normally measure in liters. Like, depending on where you go, you're going to be measuring wood in a bunch of different ways. The way I know from the woodworking side of it is in board foot, which is a very complicated measurement, but it's roughly the equivalent of a board that is 1 inch tall and then 1 foot long by, I can't remember what the width was now. I think, was it 1 by 1 by 1, but it was like 1 inch tall, 1 foot forward, 1 foot wide. It doesn't matter. I haven't bought wood in a long time. Well, I mean, not like that. Usually it's like you just buy an entire big plank. The interesting thing is I'm not actually getting up to speed. We may have overloaded ourselves a wee bit. Yeah, it seems to be holding at about 2/3 of whatever I set it for. This is real life. Someone have followed us with a dash cam, waiting to see what happens. If this is real life, the first like police officer who sees us from like a mile away is coming over and being like, "Get that thing the hell off the road." Here's your ticket. Do not get back on the road. Get yourself a second vehicle and do this legally. Stop wibble wobbling. Stop wibble wobbling. We cannot afford the wibble wobble. Car, please. Oh, 2 wheels. All right, we're almost there. You've seen wood pallet trucks way worse? I don't know, I've seen some pretty cursed ones. Like, I've seen way worse for loose stuff. So rough estimate, this is like 20,000 pounds of materials, maybe. I don't know. Whatever this is, it would be a lot of weight, because these are wood beams. So that is practically a solid, rigid chunk of wood with how those are stacked so tightly. So far as like each pallet, like obviously there's big gaps between the pallets. But I do not know the conversion rate between beam to pound, especially since it would vary, because for one, if this was 10,000 liters of balsa wood, that honestly probably wouldn't be that hard to carry. On a truck, like you wouldn't want to carry that on your person, that'd still be a heck of a lot of weight. But at the same time, if it was like 10,000 liters of something really dense like mahogany or something like that, then you're talking a pretty obnoxious amount of weight. Yep, so we lost about $4,000 or $5,000 doing that. All right, so that does give us about 11,000 there. I am going to leave the other vehicles where they are. We can complete the contract for our payday. So basically, because we did that contract, it's pretty much a wash. That we did the contract, and we got that delivered. That's going to be more than it can handle in one day. So with that, though, what do we got going on so far as our production lines here? We do need water in our greenhouse. The problem here is, if I try to use this as my source of water, we're just going to destroy our crops, and my crops are more important. Alright, and so we are in June, and August is harvest day for our rice. So what I am going to go ahead and do is I am going to advance the day and see how things turn out with all that. Because we're at the point, I don't want to do like the little $1,000-$2,000 contracts anymore. Not unless it's like Wells ones, like there's Field 11 is tiny, and it's something like hoeing where you just blast through it in 2 seconds. Alright. So let's see real fast. Our sawmill still shows us having wood in it. And we still have the giant tree that covers up everything. We do have harvesting canola. Canola harvesting is a fairly straightforward, easy harvest. And both those fields are canola. So it can be one of those things that I borrow the equipment here and accept that one. Cool. That's the first time I've had it where it's like you accepted those too fast. Alright, how far is this field? Is it close by? Let's see. Both those fields are in the distance. I'm okay just... grabbing this. That is a really big harvester. I approve. On this episode of Farm Sim Overloaded. Yup. And we were... It's so sad that that black flicker is back after 2 days of not having it. I do wonder what causes that. Hopefully they get that resolved soon. Hey, Omega, how's it going? So you do your thing here for a moment. I'll get you staged and ready. And you get out over here. Going good. We are just working on making ourselves some money, so this will be good because that'll take care of the rest of the stuff. So we'll check to see how much the temple got through, because we did drop the 10,000 off at the beginning of the day. So we'll see if we make any meaningful progress there. Then go ahead and park you here for a minute. Okay. Oh, you did get through it all. All right, so we got 13 pallets worth to load up here. And can we see what's being built at the moment? Because normally you can spot what's being built as it's happening by just looking at the progress. So I'm not seeing a change, and I did see this thing. It's not letting me collect it. Which might just be a glitch because the temple's half built. So we did have those floors got added in. I don't see what new is being built. Like, we did see that the benches and the trees seem to show up, but I can't remember if those were there the whole time or I just forgot or what. The only hesitation here is I do need to be careful that I don't spend too much money that I can't pay my worker. So what I might try and do is, since we are looking at... Oh, you're still set to that. What I might try doing is, since we've got our worker working on that field over there, and I know I need 13, do one load of 7, and I'll probably just go ahead and do a second load of set. Well, we'll do 6. It's fine. So we'll do a load of 7, we'll do a load of 6. That'll be a little bit easier for me to drive around real quick, getting to and from here. And that should give us everything we need to finish the, to finish this stage of the temple. And we'll see how all that goes. And one thing I'm going to do is, during this next ad break, is I'm going to mute my mic for a minute. I'm going to eat some of my dinner. Because I am hungry. And it's sitting right there. It just tempting me this whole time. I could probably eat it while I was streaming, the whole, like, without muting or anything. Pizza? Nah. It's actually... It's jalapeno poppers. It's not a real meal. It's jalapeno poppers. I actually had a pretty late lunch and a pretty big lunch. So I'm, like, not starved hungry, but I got a little bit of the munchies, and I know I want to keep my time to eat consistent. I'm gonna go a little bit wider to the right this time, so that hopefully we don't run into problems with the cars getting stuck. The amount you make is a meal? Yeah. Well, in this case, I know I made the comment the other day, is like, it was 1 cup of the raw rice. And then, you know, had fish and veggies and all that with it. And I was like, 1 cup of raw rice is actually a lot of rice. I was like, I should probably make less. And then I didn't. Okay, so there's a 7. That'll be our first truckload. But this time... There we go. Why is there rice and jalapeno poppers? No, 2 different meals. Jalapeno poppers are a separate thing. My lunch had rice and fish and a bunch of other stuff. The jalapeno poppers are just cream cheese jalapenos, not. I don't think rice would be bad in a popper, like for texture, but I don't think it'd be particularly amazing. It'd be one of those things you'd be like, ah, interesting choice. Like, I'm still gonna eat it, but I wouldn't necessarily say it goes. We're having weird issues picking it up. That would be illegal. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's some rice I wouldn't put in there. Like, I wouldn't put brown rice in a popper. You'd want something that's pretty benign, but even then, I would just say it's better without. Like, again, it'd be one of those ones you'd be like, huh, I don't know why you made this decision. I'm not gonna say it's a good one. You're just really trying to get your fiber. Okay, so you can go in here. Jalapeno cream cheese mix and bacon, that's it. No breading? That's a strange choice. I'm teasing. Now I've seen people do more interesting things with poppers. Like to make them fancier and more interesting. There's definitely more creative stuff you can do with poppers that is totally fine. But I would agree that rice would be one of those ones you're like, nah, man. Like, again, I don't think it'd be one of those things you put in there and you'd be like, oh my god, this is terrible, why would you do this? Just be like, you know what? That just doesn't really go with this. Your keto, so no bread? Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not talking from a diet perspective. I'm talking purely from, if you eat this, would you enjoy it? Let's see, they need a bigger auto loaders for the 120 centimeter square bales. 14 bales is not enough. I mean, but that's where mods come in. Like, that's always been kind of one of the things. Because that's what things in Farm Sim is, they'll always make partnerships with a bunch of different brands and all that. And they'll use their equipment, and they will follow the statistics of the actual equipment. So there are times where it's like, you know, this piece of equipment isn't fun to use. It's like, well, that is the stats of the actual equipment. But that's where mods come in. Then mods will be like, but hear me out. It'd be more fun if that thing. You're pretty sure there's real life ones that hold up to 80? Right, but was FromSoft able to get a brand deal with them? There's the question. Because they're like, hey, can we put this in our game? And they're like, no. Oh. I guess we just won't. That said, they do have some not real brands and all that. How is the harvester doing? You're about ready to finish the field. And you're not even going to have to be emptied. But yeah, that's a big thing. And that's actually one of the places we're going to see a lot of the mods coming through. I have been keeping an eye on the mods as things go along. We're definitely getting way more mods now. Like, little by little. It's like each day you'll get like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 new mods trickling in little by little. And that's not unusual for a new game. Like, Course Play has a beta version now that you can grab if you want it. I didn't. I'm still running mod free. I am kind of just waiting till, like, I'm waiting till I feel a need to have Course Play, which will probably not happen on this save. More than likely it'll happen in our Survivor Man challenge after we've been doing that for, like, months. When we finally do get the farm up the side. Alright. Meanwhile, before I worry about that, so you go ahead and drop it off in the truck over here. And then I'm going to move you over to the next field to get you on to work in the next field. Let's see, how many more vehicles will they add to the store? There aren't, that aren't mods? You don't remember you saw 2 new harvesters recently? Oh, you mean like in the game? I didn't think they added any more since release. Because usually all the new equipment comes through DLC. That said, for people like, but they took away so many vehicles. Giant Software does add a lot of those vehicles back as mods. So when you look at the mod store, for example, there's already a lot of missing vehicles that were in 22 as mods in the store, that if you look at who put them there, it is Giant Software. Most likely that's all licensing stuff behind the scenes that we won't ever be given the details on, because usually with a lot of those things, not sharing the details is one of the rules about doing it. The rumor is No Man's Land is not going to be worked on by the original author. I've made the comment that I wouldn't be surprised if there are mods that get left behind. That's actually very normal for any new version of a game. Is that what ends up happening is the people who made a mod just, they're not into the game anymore. They're gonna do something else. We've had a pretty bad stint recently, not in Farm Sim specifically, but just in broadly in gaming, of people being kind of real big jerks to mod authors, basically demanding that they do more and more and more and more, and mod authors being like, do it yourself, I'm tired of this. It wouldn't surprise me to hear that, you know, a handful of popular mods, the original mod author just doesn't do any of that. We'll see. Like, I don't know who will and will not. But that's nothing new. Usually a lot of those, you'll end up having people hop in to fill in the gap. Might genuinely be able to fill, like, get all of the canola in this one truck. And I also don't care if, like, the No Man's Land map itself comes, as long as something along that side. Hey, Suey, how's it going? We're grading papers to digital fields. You swapped your red pens for tractors, ready to help the farm flourish and cultivate some cozy vibes. Hey, Suey, how was your stream? Yeah, you were doing a co-working, that's the word. My brain kept saying collab, and it's like, that's not what's happening. Co-working stream. But I hope you had a good stream. For those who don't know Suey, an absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I highly recommend. You graded so many papers. I feel that. But definitely check them out. Absolutely fantastic. Think over there. Did you post a photo in your Discord? 1 second. All right, let me know when it's up, and I'll check real quick. Because meanwhile, I'm gonna juggle what I was working on. But yeah, so again, definitely check them out. They've been doing a lot of the co-working streams lately, but they also do stuff like Planet Crafter. They've done RimWorld in the past, Project Zomboid, and a whole range of other games. So if any of that, sounds good, you can catch them over there on their channel. They are a fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, and if you like the RimWorld hot potato, that would not exist without Suey. Is general to plop into? Yeah, it's fine. I probably need a better, dedicated channel for that kind of thing. But in the absence of that, general will work. Alright, so let's see what you got here. Yeah, that is a real big stack of papers. I am fortunate that when I was teaching, I didn't have that many students. How many pallets did you manage to do on the first load? 10. It was 10 pallets of beams, which was 10,000 liters of wood. You have over 160 students? No, thank you. What was the max I had? I think the max I had was maybe upper 60s, I think. It was 2 classes of around 30-ish each. But that was also a difference between college and, grade school and all that. Which that's not, honestly, it's one of those things that grade school has so much more to deal with. Because if I have a disruptive student, do you know what I tell them to do in college? Get the expletive out of my class. And that's the end of it. I don't have to worry about actually, we would have a parent call us, but, at that point, it's yeah, sorry, man. We don't have to worry about being expected to babysit your children anymore. They gotta show up and behave, and that's on them, not on me. Let's see, when you were a TA, there was something like 2,000, or 2 to 300 students. Luckily, there was 8 of us at TA to split grading between you. Yeah. I did not have a TA. But even then, as much as I complained about having to grade papers, it was more that I just didn't enjoy it, not just how long it took. Because it honestly was... It was really not bad for what I was dealing with, but that's because I had a light workload. When it came to the teaching, at no point while I was teaching, so far as formal education, was I not also working full-time in something else. Mostly the assistant network administrator, but it did span multiple jobs. Your students complain about how much papers you give them, but it's math? Yeah, and rain is wet. That's the nature of math courses. A lot of math is just exercises. Unfortunately, it's just the way it is. It's just lots of exercises. Learn new thing, practice new thing. Learn new thing, practice new thing. That's math. You try your best to keep it at least interesting, but it's also... It's still math. Repetition is just a critical part of it. We're gonna have to wrangle spendy, cappy digital math tools for math. There's definitely things that would be harder to grade. Well, so I'm thinking English papers where you have to write a whole paper. That's one of those ones. I genuinely, and this is something I still believe is true, that as you go through the teachers grading the papers for English papers, depending on if you're at the beginning of the stack or the end of the stack, you are going to have a different experience on how your papers are graded. Because mental fatigue is a thing. And as you go farther and farther, it's going to be a lot harder for the teacher to remain as focused on like all the little things. There's going to be a lot more, whether or not intended, skim reading and that kind of stuff. I'll keep it at that. So that'll be one more than I'd need, but I'm sure I'm going to need some in the next phase anyways. Goodbye, money. It was nice while you were here. You had money? I mean, before this I had 40,000 something, like 46,000. We are doing this contract, which should give us an extra, like, I think it was like 16,000. Come on. Nope, 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 that's not at all what we want here. Okay, so I need to switch over here because you're getting full. So you really try to do a lot of activity and stuff in class, but at the end of the day, it's math. Yeah, I mean, you're still going to be doing math. You're still going to be doing math at the end of the day, and you could do stuff to be, you know, make it a little bit more entertaining and try and make a game out of it. Which is honestly a lot of work. It's the most effective way of learning that you can, other than teaching yourself, is to make it entertaining and all that. But it's one of those things that is really easy to say you should do this, and really hard to actually do this. It is one of the things I think helps out when you have the teachers who care long term. Because here's a hint for those who aren't teachers and all that. Reusing your lessons year to year, do it. Do it. Just do it. There's no reason to not do that. That literally will make everything better for your students. It's saving yourself a whole lot of work. And then you can take the time to plan really good activities. So like, okay, you're in fractions. You come up with a really good, fun activity for teaching fractions. And then next year you can just reuse it. Because here's the secret. The new students you get next year, they haven't seen the activity, so it doesn't matter that you reused it. It's new to them. Your coworkers share a lot of worksheets of old worksheets and whatnot. Makes your life way easier. Oh yeah, it's like one of those things that there's never reason to not do it. Now, there is a thing that if you, like, literally take your tests and you literally copy it year after year after year, the students will wise up, and you'll end up in that situation where you have, like, the 5th grade students pass their papers back to the 4th grade students so that the 4th grade students can just cheat their way through, and that's not the best. But, like, with activities day to day, no reason not to. And you can still use the same questions on your tests. Just, you know, reorder them every other year or something like that. Your tests stay the same due to district policy? Is it literally like the same test, or is it like the same material test? Like, okay, I should rephrase that. The same questions, but are they required to be in the same order? I mean, they very well might. Same test. That's not a good move on the district. I get why that happens, standardized tests and all that garbage, but students aren't dumb. You aren't allowed to pass tests back? Yeah. There's a lot of things I don't like about that approach. What is going on with you right now? There. Nudge that on with the forks. Okay. Yeah, no, I gotcha. I mean, I get that. With formal education, there's like zero wiggle room on a lot of that stuff. Yeah, no, I gotcha. They're just trying to obfuscate. The problem is you will have stuff that happens. But yeah. How you teach them doesn't matter. Well, that's at least good there. I definitely know there's places where they even dictate how you make your lesson plan. And it's one of those things that a lot of times those lessons plans don't necessarily work with a good chunk of your students. And so you can't adapt or pivot because it's all locked in. And sometimes it can be one of those things that, like, very genuinely being able to tie in your students' interests, and I know you already know, so I'm saying this broadly, being able to tie in your students' interests into your lessons plans can really help. So, like, if there's a cartoon or show or something that's, like, really big at the moment in the age group for your students, adjusting your lesson plan, even if the material itself is the same, but instead of just having generic math problems, tying it into whatever the thing is to make it work can be huge, because now instead of I'm just doing fractions, now you're doing fractions about I have no idea what's popular with kids nowadays. I'm just gonna say Dragon Ball Z, even though I know that's not true. But you can like have it tie into Dragon Ball Z, so it's like you still know you're doing a math lesson. It's not gonna change anything, but at least, you know, at least there's some fun to be had there. And if you really know the material, that's when things can get really fun with a lot of that. If you have 3 Riz and you have 2 Ohio, how much yacht is there total? Oh no. You have 4 Roblox, you need to split it between 3 games. Yeah, and there's definitely things you can do. Like there's a lot of fun you can have with that too. It's also for more fun as a teacher. It's more work, but it's more fun as a teacher to do that because, you know, students will get into it more. The memers are currently obsessed with Hawk 2 or whatever, even though it's kind of old. I have no idea what that is. Does it have something to do with skateboards? Or like the weird little S that everyone draws? I'm teasing. I know it's not related to those, but I don't know what it is. Because one of your teachers use a test every year, but would add typos and change phrasing. They'd add extra credit questions, looking for the number of typos on the page. And what your thought of the current movie was extra credit question that is worth 100% of the test. Interesting. It has something to do with sex. Okay. I would be surprised if that's a thing that, you know, teachers weren't immediately trying to put down. Apparently, whatever it is, everybody is like, it's about sex. Yep. Every day's a school day, even for the teachers. And you can almost feel like Sui sitting there going, because it's another thing to deal with. That's probably why they were doing it so much. Is they got one past you, and so now it's fun because they got it past you. It doesn't even matter if the meme itself. Oh, kids never change. I mean, it's not even me saying they should or shouldn't. I mean, literally, kids never change. You know the whole Fallout war never changes? It's that, but kids. Every time you hear like the old person be like, kids these days don't understand. I'm like, look, man, you were all little monsters too, and you know it. You may not remember it, but kids being little monsters is a consistent behavior. And I don't mean that as like they're off, like they're genuinely terrible people or anything. Like just getting into trouble. That is a universal constant of children. Any age group too, the trouble just changes. The severity of the trouble might also change. Like teenagers getting themselves in the real long-term trouble versus, you know, your 3-year-old getting in the, look, please don't hurt yourself kind of trouble. Pushing boundaries is part of growing up? Agreed. And it happens in waves. You have like the terrible 2s and 3s that you hear about. That's one set of boundaries being pushed. Around like 5, 6, 7, 8, you have a completely different set of boundaries being pushed. Around 10, 11, 12, that's another set of boundaries being pushed. The teenage years are the scary boundaries. Those are the boundaries where you're like, all right, look, I know we're just feeling out what in the world is acceptable and not acceptable, and that's fair. But also, some of these boundaries you're pushing. They're not the boundaries that mom and dad and your teacher are responsible for dealing with. These are the boundaries people with a badge are responsible for dealing with. And we gotta be real careful once we get to that area. Wifey. You go sleepy sleeps? No, you have a good sleepy sleeps. I love you more. Some of them don't outgrow it. Oh yeah, I mean even adults push boundaries. That said, most adults, and I wouldn't say all, most adults have a much better understanding of consequences of boundaries. That a lot of them are a lot better about being like, this is a boundary to not test. Or they'll test it, but be well aware of what the consequences might be. There's definitely a good pushing of boundaries as an adult where, you know, your company has some policy that is just downright terrible for everyone. You're like, let me see how far I can push back on this before, you know, it bites me in the face. Knowing it may legitimately just bite you in the face. Yeah. Alright, Zooey, you go ahead and wind down here and have a good time. You don't understand if it... You don't know if it's a matter of outgrowing it, or if it's someone helped them understand boundaries and consequences. Well, that is basically what it comes down to, is learning consequences. You can learn consequences without actually going through them yourself, for the record. I have certainly seen no shortage of people, whether children or adults or otherwise, who were mucking about with something, their friend was also mucking about something, and their friend got slapped really hard for it. And the arcade went, nope, nope. I'm gonna learn by proxy. Like, I've known a number of people who had different friend groups who the one friend got into certain substances, let that kind of really screw them up, and went, I don't need this in my life. Oh yeah, no, understanding consequences is a major maturity leap. That's, I always forget the term for cousin's daughter, but whatever, like niece once, you know, second niece or whatever it is. But that individual, I guess it's just cousin or whatever, it doesn't matter. But, like, she was only 6 or 8 years old or whatever. And she was having a rough day. And there was another student getting on her nerves. And basically just yelled at the student in the middle of class about not screwing up and all that. So she got in trouble. And, you know, basically got home and, you know, my cousin was like, hey, you know, you got in trouble today. I heard about it. Like, do you want to talk about it? And she's like, well, yeah, you know, this other student is being really noisy and disruptive and messing with the lesson. So I told them to shut up in perhaps more words than I should have. And I don't regret it. It was worth it. And just her going, oh no, she's doing like cost analysis of consequences of being like, is the consequence worth the behavior? This is not something I'm ready for a child who isn't supposed to be getting these types of rationale for another 2 to 4 years. This is not going to be an easy teenager. Because I want to say that's something that you usually start putting together at like 10, 12, 13 years old. Normally. So she was like 2, 3, 4 years ahead of the game on that one. That was the same family member who was buying, they were like the little like rings with the frills on them or whatever that, you know, I forget, you'd tie them together to make like things for like hair decoration. But you know, you'd have to like tie them together. So she was getting like the bag of the individual ones, and then she'd get a whole bunch of her friends to put them together, and then she'd turn around and sell them to other students. Which got her in trouble, as it do. As it do. It was like she started her own business. The unpaid labor was a problem. That'll get you in trouble. But you know, the thing that actually got her in trouble on school was selling them on school property. You're not allowed to do that. But I was like, she legitimately started a business that unfortunately depended on not paying people. But it's like, this kid is going to be a lot of trouble. But again, very smart kid, which is part of what gets you in trouble, is just a lot of that kind of stuff. All right, so let's drop this off. Where am I taking this canola, by the way? It's probably the oil plant, which I think was down here. Oh no, way over there. You started a business at school too, buying 2-pack of sweets for 30p, and then selling 1-pack or 1 sweet for 10p each. 20 in a pack. Yup. So much profit. Got told way too... They got told off way too hard for it. Yeah, well, I mean, the big thing is they don't... Schools very much try to keep any type of, like, actual business that the students could be doing off campus. There's just too many ways and get them in trouble, and too many different things to deal with. And then plus, you know, I don't know about nowadays. A lot of schools, there was the whole thing about, you know, your parents would give you lunch money and you'd take it to school to buy lunch. And, you know, at that point, you're still kind of learning the basics of all of that stuff. And it was just kind of one of those things that you'd have those people who figure out those, like, ways to make money and sell candy to their fellow students, and the kids would buy candy instead of their actual lunch. And needless to say, that's not great. It's going pretty good. Let's see, you scheme like crazy in middle school, got a bag of hot fries every day. For me, the one I did, and I didn't understand as a kid why my parents were upset about when they found out. As an adult, I fully understand. But I came to realize that, like, the actual school lunch, which I don't remember how much it was now, but it was like $1.50, $2 or something like that. Whatever it was, that I would have to pay. But I came to realize if I got just a milkshake at school and nothing else, that, you know, I was plenty happy with that, and it only cost like 80 cents. And so I could keep the other $1.20 or whatever it was, and then, you know, after school, you know, I could go to local card shop or whatever, I could spend money on that, you know, something I wanted more than a school lunch. And I did that for a while. And then my parents caught wind of that, and Mom was none too happy. I was like, what? I'm saving money. Not catching the fact that it wasn't really my money. It was money being given to me for the earmarked purpose of buying lunch. But I mean, I was like 12. I didn't understand any of that. I was like, this is cool. Like, I'm getting enough food, and I'm getting the food I actually want versus the healthy food. And I also get a little extra money to buy the things I want after school. Because especially in middle school, a lot of our lunches are pretty sad. And our harvester still has more crop in it, by the way. So it's 2,500 we got. We could probably get an extra like 12, 13% there. But they refer to schools a school lunch if it has a fruit, veggie, or a main entree. It is resembling a meal. Yeah, well, I mean, also, not to date myself, but the time frame I'm talking about would be like school lunches 30 years ago. Like that I would be talking elementary, middle school. Which I couldn't even begin to explain the differences between meals from then and now. We have had multiple major overhauls of what constitute a school meal between now and then. Like, some of the things I remember eating in those lunches probably wouldn't be even allowed anymore. Because, nutritionally speaking, they were garbage. We had this, like, pizza that the cheese looked like it was made out of plastic. Which, they were delicious. But, like, none of that was any good. Yeah, no, free lunch is paid by Uncle Sam. Yeah, no, we had to pay for lunch. Like, there wasn't... I mean, I think there was, like, special programs for people who have, like, financial need or whatever that could get free lunches. But generally speaking, lunches were paid for at school. Remember elementary school, you had reduced the cost lunch, poverty? Oh, it blows my mind that they made all of us who got reduced cost lunch work behind the counter at the cafeteria. Yup. Lunchables were just removed? I didn't know Lunchables were on it. I don't think we had Lunchables on the list back when I was at school. I think Lunchables were still a fairly new idea when I was in school. Aren't a lot of school meals made by the same companies that make prison food in the U.S.? It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, cafeteria is cafeteria food, regardless of where you're selling it. I mean, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. You can take a note at how genuine Rual is the world. He's to join live streams. When he's joined live streams. Well, that's appreciated. Like, for the record, we do have, like... It's been a good night over here on the Twitch side. We're sitting at like 160 viewers, give or take, somewhere in there. Like, the live streams have been doing really well on Twitch side. YouTube side, you know, honestly, the YouTube side, I've been getting better numbers than I have in the past, but YouTube live streams don't get good numbers. All right, that probably wasn't worth my time. It's still 2,000 liters, roughly, of canola. I'll still drop it off. Yeah, Lunchables and all the fast food chains doing school lunches were a thing for a bit. Yeah, I want to say, like, a lot of the fast food chains doing the lunch, though, it wasn't like you're getting a KFC lunch and they're just pulling fried chicken and fries off their shelf and chucking them in a school meal. They did have, like, specially made meals and all that. So they did have, like, their serving of fruit, their serving of veg, maybe unbreaded chicken or whatever. They need a better landing page for streams on YouTube. They need a couple things. Yeah, they need a better landing page on YouTube. They need better discoverability. The thing they need to do is they need to have within the context of a channel being able to better separate out your live from your content and to not punish you if people dip from your content quickly. Because when you are crossing different types of material, if people are looking for a live stream and they find recorded material, they're gonna dip. If people are looking for recorded material and they find a live stream, they're gonna dip. Like, it goes both ways. And it's just kind of one of those things that it makes it so you have to have, like, the Rual Storge live channel, the Rual Storge VOD channel, the Rual Storge Shorts channel, and have them all tie into each other. But the problem is it's really difficult to cross-promote them without just linking back and forth between all of them. It very much live content on YouTube is just bolted on after the fact. Can you even change category on the fly there? No, if you change your category on YouTube content, when it comes to the recording after the fact, it will change the entire recording to whatever the last category you put it in. YouTube feels a little bit lost at the moment. Yeah, the only thing they're doing well is recorded content. But they definitely feel like they're scared of TikTok and short form content and trying to make that work. Which, for the record, Twitch has been doing the same. And hey, Cowboy, how's it going? I mean, that was an extra 1,000. I'm not going to complain. So I could turn those in. So I've got all this. I'm not going to worry about that. Let's make sure this is all good. Oh, I am sure... No, actually, I have one extra thing of wood beams. Okay, so we're good here. And it is not our season for harvesting our rice, so we don't need to do that today. Contract-wise, like, this is a good contract. I just don't like dealing with that specific tractor, so I'm just going to leave it. H shorts, easy to snooze them every 30 days, though. Yeah. With how hard they're pushing premium, pushes you farther and farther from the platform every day. Well, we are running into a situation with both Twitch and YouTube where the value of an ad is getting lower. Like, on the platform. That's an ongoing problem. And so the issue they're trying to do is remain financially stable where they have to keep upping their ads. And, you know, people keep finding solutions to get around their ad blockers and yada yada. And it's an arms race back and forth. But that's been a problem for, like, the last 15 years, is the value of an impression on an ad or a click-through on an ad has been going down as people try to test out where it's at. And it is one of those things that, yeah, ads are picking up. And I love how much people sit there and be like, oh, you know, Twitch's ads are so much worse than YouTube. It's like, you can literally have a 48-minute long ad, a 2-hour long ad, one singular ad. And it's skippable, but it only helps you if you're actively sitting at your computer. Otherwise, you get nailed with this ad the whole time. Alright. So, do we have anything worth dumping a contract on in the meantime? Because we could take a contract, dump the AI on it for a while. We're not doing anything carrots or things. The green beans take forever, but just handing that over to the AI is probably fine. So we're going to borrow that. And just have the AI go over and deal with that field. At one point, it was like $60 a month. What? For YouTube Premium? I think the most I ever saw was like $12-15 or something like that, which is still not an insignificant amount of money. And that's unfortunately where the internet is nowadays. You're going to get ads unless you pay. Which makes sense. You know, server load kind of things, all that stuff. They do have to pay their staff and servers somehow. They're going to make money. And their choices are, they can make money from you directly where you pay them, or they can leverage you to make money, which means, you know, selling your data, advertising, or whatever. One of those two things is going to be true. But they are going to make money. Because if they don't, it gets turned off and goes away forever. And I'm not saying they can't be like, oh, they make a whole lot of money or whatever. But the YouTube sponsors get around that part of ads by being a big part of the actual video, but YouTube don't think they get a cut on that. Yeah, no, YouTube doesn't yet get a cut on all that. Both Twitch and YouTube have been kind of doing the same thing, though, where there's a lot of work for me as a content creator to go seek out sponsors and vice versa. Make sure the contracts are on the up and up. You know, do what you got to do to make sure you don't get scammed. Like, make sure if you're dealing with someone who you don't know, get some type of third party to do escrow in between you, because otherwise they can have you sponsor and then just not pay you unless there's a contract involved. And even with a contract, you could still run into problems. That has happened plenty. Okay, so you're fine here. Yeah, so you're gonna get done there. And we can go to our harvester. You've had 2-hour ads on YouTube, unskippable. I haven't heard of unskippable. That would be something new for me. I have heard of people running into where it's just like a giant monolithic ad block on YouTube. But that's just it. Like, there's a lot you can do on there. And there's pros and cons with both of them. But it's usually when someone is just like bad-mouthing Twitch ad situation and you like holding up YouTube as this bastion of hope, and it's just like, but it's really not. Geez, you got hit with a $50,000 bill for canceling a contract? Oh, for, yeah, no, if you're doing a harvesting contract in this, it will count any stuff that you have harvested but not turned in. It will count that against you. So, like, just beware when doing harvesting contracts to be careful that you actually finish them. Seems like YouTube, if it had a 1 or 2 month thing to skip ads, people would probably easier sign up. Right. But there's a very good chance you're worth more to them as advertiser revenue than $1 or $2 a month. Gotcha. So it's a little bit more than I thought at the $17, but the other one's a family plan. So that's talking 2, 3, 4 computers on separate accounts doing all that. But yeah, no, $17 a month, that doesn't super surprise me. It's more than I would necessarily want to spend. But if I was watching YouTube constantly, there would be a point I would spend that. The same thing with, like, Twitch. I've had Twitch Turbo for, like, ever, and that's, like, when I signed up, it was less. I think it's, like, $12, $15 a month now. And generally the way I mention it to people is if you're going to be subbing to 2 channels, you know, either way, like, can go either way on which one's the better deal. But if you are going to, like, a 3rd or 4th channel that you're watching regularly on Twitch, you should get Twitch Turbo. Like, at that point, yes, it doesn't support creators quite as well as an actual sub, but at that point, you're hitting the point. There's the thing, Twitch Turbo is the price of 3 channels now. Yeah, with regional pricing, a lot of that gets harder to estimate out. But yeah, their marketing it's more than just videos, it's music and stuff too. I have used a little bit of YouTube music, but I've not done it enough that I could justify. Like, if they offered us a $5 premium, I still probably wouldn't pay it. Like, that's how little I've used YouTube music. Yeah. No, and it sucks that, like, everything is a subscription now. But yeah, that's always a juggle. But I mean, it's one of the things that I feel is a pro and a con with how the internet came to be. You know, we had historically the free internet, and a lot of that was in its infancy when you could have like a computer tucked under your bed or something, and it could run a website that people could reasonably access, and it would at least be decently usable in that manner. But as the internet's become larger and larger and we've been able to do more and more, the way we have funded the free internet when you started to have to scale up where you had like real significant costs was because there was the expectation of everything being free was through ads and selling data. Because if you tried to charge access to a website with some very specific exceptions, you know, like dating websites or whatever, those main services, that by and large, trying to charge for access to a website was just an immediate deal breaker for most people. But with that, you know, ads become more and more and more a part of that, more and more pervasive. But it's one of those things, the alternative would have been that accessing the internet in any capacity was like seen as a premium that you would have to pay for it. Just period. Like every website would have had their sign up, or like, you know, a bundle or whatever would be the alternate reality we would eventually live in, because all this infrastructure costs money, and not an insignificant amount, so that we're going to have to make money off of it. And so sometimes, like, as I get frustrated with ads, it's like, man, I really wish we went the other way where you just had to pay for it. But then the more I think about this, like, but then realistically, online resources for stuff like education and for students and, you know, the Wikipedias and all that in the world probably wouldn't exist in that world, because it would just be the expectation. So you think the problem with the access to the internet's not free? So you kind of feel like you already had to pay to get this stuff? Right, but that's a difference between paying for the connection with your utility and then paying for the endpoint on the other side. And those are entirely two different things. So, yeah, you do kind of get that double dip feeling, but that's like paying for your car and then paying for the movie theater that you're arriving at. You know, they're just two completely unrelated entities that do depend on each other. And then for that analogy, you could say the car is one type of ISP, the train is another ISP, and in the real world you could walk to a lot of places, but there's not an equivalent to that in our analogy. So I do get the, hey, I'm having to pay like the cable company to get access to the website, then to pay the website to get access to the website and all that. I also think if the internet had been paid right from the beginning, so far as not the connection, but you'd go to access Wikipedia and you had to pay for it and all that, and that kind of thing. If you had to go through that analogy, I think what would have happened, it would have had a chilling effect on the internet's growth. I still think it would be around and be big and be instrumental, but I do think it'd be a fraction of what it is now. I don't think we would have streaming services. I don't think we would have the music libraries and all that. In that analogy, the internet is a road, so maybe it should be publicly funded. I wouldn't be against that. I know a lot of people be like, oh god, social internet. But I genuinely feel like access to information is too important. Like I am genuinely of somewhat of the mindset that, you know, access to the internet is kind of a human right at this point, because you can't get a job that's decent without the internet anymore. Not really. So not having access to the internet literally removes your ability to compete in the job market. Like, cause like these days you go to, like, you know, your local retail store and you say, I'd like to work here, you know, this is my first job, and they go, cool, go home and get on the internet. Like, we don't do in-house stuff. You wouldn't mind paying for as long as the ISPs are forced to have minimum speed and they can't throttle unless it's a very high rate? Yeah, no, there's been a whole lot of different solutions that have been proposed to deal with the whole non-competitive areas with internet service providers and charging obscene amounts for lackluster performance and yada yada yada. This is like an ongoing problem here in the US and other places abroad. And I've seen everything from, like, you know, ideas of taking internet providers and forcing them to split up the part that runs, like, the actual cables and the physical infrastructure versus the part that plugs you into it. And because then with the one that plugs you into it, you give them all the bells and whistles and features and package deals and all the other garbage they're offering. And then you can have the, dumb pipe side of it, that any money that Uncle Sam spends on infrastructure for it goes to the utility side of it, the running of the cables. Is internet infrastructure privately built in the US? It's complicated. Generally speaking, it is private companies who do own and run that cable and all that, but a lot of them are subsidized by the federal government. So it is privately owned and built, but with tax dollars. And they do run some stuff and build some stuff on their own dollars as well. It is subsidized, not fully paid for. And unfortunately, because of a bunch of complicated legal stuff, the ISPs have lobbied in a bunch of individual locations to prevent local governments from running their own internet. So, like, I'm trying to remember, I think it's statewide in the state of Florida, that we have a thing that technically a local municipality can run internet, but they have to demonstrate that for the money put into it, that it will be profitable. I think it was within 2 years. And anyone who knows anything about running, like, an ISP, you are not going to be profitable in 2 years, because it is one of those businesses that has absolutely obscene upfront costs. So you're going to have to, like, run it all, and over the next 10, 15 years, slowly make your money back. And then, like, once you run it, you can slowly get that working. But the point is, it's basically saying you're not allowed to have a municipal ISP. And even if you think you can, and I do see that, Luxray, and even if you think you can, you have to, like, actually submit documentation to, I don't remember what the governing body is or whatever, but you have to submit documentation saying, here is our plan for being profitable in 2 or 3 years, and they can just reject it. So even if it would be profitable, if they say, no, we don't think you're right, it could just be rejected by the state. But Florida's pretty notorious for being pretty badly lobbied. The power companies especially have us. But yeah, so it's a whole complicated problem we have going on. And that's not just a Florida issue. It's not even just the US. We do have a big problem with it here in the US. But I do know we are not, like, the exclusive or even the outlier as the absolute worst ISPs get. There are plenty of places in the world, and usually it's areas that there's not as many competitors and more rural, that the less competition there is, the worse it gets. Let's see, power companies and communities signing contracts with ISPs so people who live there can never get another service. That's one that's been being fought in a number of different states right now. Is there is an issue going on where you'll, especially like in apartments and condos, we have like one building with many units. There will be an agreement between that building, the company running that building, and whatever ISP's there, that they will give a certain bit of a good deal to the people running the building, to have it all hooked up for that ISP, but then the stipulation is basically other ISPs can't move into that building. So it's like an exclusivity contract. And what ends up happening is, for your residents, it means you literally don't get a choice. So usually the service provided there, it does tend to be a little bit cheaper than would otherwise be offered to like various homes in the area for the same ISP. But usually the overall quality of the service is absolutely garbage because they know you literally can't even quit. But there has been a lot of different areas making rules restricting that very specific behavior. And it's that exclusivity is the part that they take odds with. It's totally fine if your building has some deal that they can get you a discount on an ISP. Nothing wrong with that. That's fine. But it's the once you're hooked up for this one, you may not have another one is the place where it's like, no, you can't do that. Agreed. Every place you lived in the with that arrangement was like 10 years old. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the situation is now because I don't live in an apartment anymore, but I definitely know there has been multiple properties I've lived in that had that kind of an arrangement. Now, granted, it didn't really change much for me because in those same areas, it was like, what are my options? You know, whatever they wanted to call themselves this week, Bright House or Bright House. You want something else? Oh, well, here's this one that they only support like 100 kilobit per second up. It's like, it's technically DSL, but it doesn't legally even qualify as broadband. Okay, I guess I'm getting Bright House. That's where I'm very happy where I'm at now. I'm just a little ways off from a tech hub. And that's worked out great because there's a good, like... I think in our area now we have, like, probably 4 major ISPs. 4 or 5 major ISPs, and then a bunch of smaller ones now that have cropped up as well. So as a result of that, it's still expensive. But at least we get options. Why are some areas missing crop? I don't know. Very genuinely, I don't know. Because the apartment complex was built with Comcast. Now you're lucky because Comcast is the fastest provider there. The complex was built only 5 years ago. Yeah, so you got like fresh new equipment. Ad time, eat, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic, get a little bit of food in me, and we'll keep the game going, but I'm going to get some food in me. Alright, I'm gonna quickly grab myself a drink because I'm out, and I will be right back, so just bear with me 2 seconds. Actually, I'm gonna take 2 seconds, I'm gonna grab a drink, use the restroom real fast, and be right back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in, I'll be right back. We've done it, chat. We successfully murdered a whole lot of trees. We're nowhere near as good as an archer. Oh good, our person won. I was a little bit worried they were going to lose and I'd be in this weird... My kill. We're gonna take our chances with left. So, 60% chance nobody dies. They died. Perfect. There you go. One more. Kidding me. Alright, new run. The chances of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there. Just ran out of the jalapenos. Oh, they do want jalapenos now? Yeah. That's fine. I don't care what row we're in. As long as it keeps running, we'll get them all. Thank you. Yeah, because we can just weave back and forth. What I'm going to check is before we start harvesting the next field, let's see if it says anything about, like, the yield bonus or anything like that. Because I don't think it's a water problem. Like, because we do flood the field. I don't believe... I don't think it's a thing that, like, you have to reflood the field every month or something like that. That would just get kind of obnoxious. This one in the field down below, we didn't have full fertilizer, though. They were only 50% fertilized. But I still don't think, like, seeing dead plants here. And I don't think those are weeds. Because that's the whole idea with flooding a field of rice. The whole idea with flooding a field of rice is it works as a natural pest and weed protection. Because the rice is very, very able to handle flooding very easily, whereas a lot of the different, weeds and pests and all that, not so much. Someone was saying in Ultra Stream that you need to monitor the water levels during the growing stages, but you didn't catch if they were talking about the rice or the long rice. Well, I believe with the long rice, you plant it and then later on you flood it. But that would be an interesting discovery. I wouldn't even be against that if, like... Because it's not a long growing season. You plant it and it's only like 4 months later you harvest it. So it wouldn't be the end of the world if I had to sit there and, another, like, one time halfway through I gotta flood the field again. But this is kind of one of the things that I've had my complaints before that, the game just doesn't teach you how to do stuff. And so it's like, what is the discovery path in here if it is a thing that you need to reflood your field? I haven't seen any indicator in here being like, hey, your field's gone too dry, you gotta flood it, needs water. I haven't seen anything of that nature to allow me to learn what it is I am or am not doing. I just see that there's either dead crops or weeds here with no explanation. But like I said, we'll go down to the next field, just in case maybe they do have a prompt that I've been overlooking. But yeah. The good news is it doesn't look like we're being heavily penalized for it. So maybe I'm not getting the maximum crop out of it. But what I'm seeing here wouldn't imply that I've lost like 10-20% of my harvest or something truly awful like that. Yeah, so I think I should be able to finish this field, then we'll drop off this in the trailer. Yeah, so run down to the one below, check it out, see what's going on there, and maybe what we can try doing is when I go to plant these again, let's see what it does actually say, not the day that I plant them, but the next day for, like, the harvesting. Does it still show a water level the next day, or does the water level drop, like just disappear? Hey, music? Oh, it's just really quiet, I guess. It was just a track that, like, a good 10-20 seconds, it was just really quiet. I thought the music player got jammed or something like that. Alright. So like I said, let's go down here and see if there is any information we see on the field down here. Because I want to see, let's actually check a couple things. What does it say your fertilizer rate is? So the interesting thing is it does say it is 50% fertilized after we have already harvested. So it does seem like with doing these fields, oh, there's like one missed good piece of rice in there. Probably not worth me even going after. But you know. There. It was less than a liter, but that's fine. It does look like I got some kimchi to sell over here as well, which is good news. That's money. Alright, so we do see that there is the spots of the dead crop in there. Yeah, so it still gives me the yield bonus and the 50%. Let's see if I can't... That's acting as if I haven't even planted that. It's a very square rock edge? Yeah, it's pavers. It's a retaining wall. Yeah, no, that's not a natural formation. That's a retaining wall. People do that. I don't think it's particularly practical in this individual scenario, but that doesn't bother me. Like, what probably happened is they chipped away at that to make the land. Got some excavation equipment. You can find places like that out in the world, plenty. Like old-timey cities where they've sat there and they've just worked away at a mountainside to, like, shape it for whatever their purposes were. Most of the time they won't do that, they'll just build around. But every once in a while they had something that was already established there that they just want a little bit extra space, so they just work at that. Or it can also be that there was something in the rocks that they're after. They were using the rocks for building bricks for their walls or whatever. So they were quarrying it. Yeah, so we didn't have any indicators that there was something wrong with the field. And I'm going to check here, which I probably don't have enough time to check here. Let's go here, help. Do they mention rice? For wet planted rice, you need special rice technology and sowing and all that for higher yield. Name the harvesters with? Yeah, that is one big negative of the regular rice. Let's see. Rice fields can only be fertilized as long as they are not yet flooded. This means that you can fertilize rice before or after planting, but before the first green shoots appear from the surface. Weeds only grow in rice fields in the early stages of growth when there's insufficient water in the fields. It is not possible to remove weeds in the case. Weeds cannot be removed, or can be removed from the fields using the usual methods before the field is flooded. So, it might be a thing that we just need to reflood the field. It says only in the early stages. So my assumption is we would flood the field, we'd plant the rice, go to the next day, flood the field again, and then probably be okay after that. We'll tinker with that in our next planting of the rice. But yes, this is like the one big drawback is the harvester is very small. And this is the only harvester, so it's the biggest, the smallest, and the mean and the average and everything harvester, because it's your only choice of harvester for the regular rice. The long rice can use all of the stuff that your wheat and your wheat and barley and all that can use for harvesters. So that is a much more adaptable harvester for what you can do. But like, I already own all this equipment versus I don't own all the other one. So we're just dealing. It is one of those ones, I imagine the AI probably handles this harvester extremely well. Because it can literally just turn in circles. Like, you don't need to, like, go forward an angle. It turns like a tank. So I would assume the AI would literally go to the end, turn around, and come back kind of thing. So I would actually guess the AI would handle this particular harvester really well, because a lot of times it's the turn radius where things get really funky with a lot of how the AI handles things. But being on the most difficult economy settings and how little money we've been making from our rice so far, I wouldn't want to hand it over to the AI because I genuinely could potentially lose money. And to be fair, this still is not as bad as when we were doing our Survivor Man challenge in those early years with the harvester there. Because this thing at least gets a lot of field done before I need to empty it. And I'm trying to remember, when we did our first load of, I think, wheat or whatever it was in the Survivor Man challenge, did we just have to drive the harvester all the way up, or did we actually have a trailer? Because I feel like we actually drove the harvester up, did our sale, and then bought a trailer. And then we would have to go and plow the field again with our plow that was like 1.5 meters wide or whatever the tiny little plow is. I'm looking forward to that, not looking forward to that. Yes, you drove the harvester to sell it. Yeah, I feel like I did. Hey DJ, how's it going? Getting that 3 stream streaks. Thank you so much for catching the last 3 streams without missing a single one. I do appreciate it. I already got the alert that the I Am Future video can't be monetized. And that's because there's game music that is copywritten. And for the record, it's not one of those ones like, you've got a copyright strike. Rawr. It's just like, hey, this has copywritten music. They're not punishing people for using it, but you can't monetize the video. But I make basically I don't even make pennies over on YouTube, so. Like, I think I sat down one time and it was like, looked at the cumulative earnings I have on YouTube side, and it was something like 17 cents. It was like, whatever, I don't care. My main audience is on Twitch. This is where all this happens. You bought a tiny trailer because the harvester didn't fit. Yeah. Oh no, if you're talking, so I'm not talking about the YouTube series. Yeah. No, I remember doing that one because I remember fighting really hard to try and squeeze that harvester in there with all the carrots and all, or whatever. No, it wasn't carrots. What was it? No, it wasn't carrots. What harvester was I putting in there? It doesn't matter. Yeah, no, because I had pivoted away from the carrots to something else. I don't even remember what the something else was. Yeah, no, I remember trying to, like, wedge that thing in there to get the arm out just to get that first harvest. And I think I even had to sell something I didn't want to sell to get the trailer. Yeah, and I was talking about the one I did here on Twitch, the Survivor Man Challenge, where we did that in No Man's Land versus Calm Lands. But yeah, now is... Like, that's the reason I like the Survivor Man Challenge, is you have all those difficulties you run into that you just don't normally run into in Farm Sim. Like going, okay, do I buy this 1 meter wide, like 1 meter wider cultivator that's going to save me, 10 minutes of field to work on? Or do I spend a little bit more money and get, like, this next thing for the production lot, or, save up for this, like, next tile of land or whatever? And one will get you more money in in-game days, the other will give you more money in human hours, and have to juggle all those decisions. Whereas, like, even on the hardest economy settings, you can make money really fast in the game once you get some equipment up and running. But it's those things that I felt the entire, like, middle tier of equipment in Farm Sim felt like it served very little purpose. Because you literally would get the one, you do, like, 1 or 2 harvests, and you have enough money to get rid of it and get the bigger, like, higher tier ones. But with the Survivor Man, you're sitting here on this tiny little microscopic tractor, just desperately trying to make it work. And then you save up, and it was absolutely worth it for you to buy that middle tier, because it's going to allow you to use that much more equipment. And then, slowly get the better cultivator and all that. And you get lucky sometimes, and while you're saving up for, like, a mid-tier thing, the high-tier one would go on sale, and you snag it real fast. Because, like, that was one of the ones we got lucky was... I was working really hard on that one. I think it was, like, a New Holland tractor showed up. That was, like, a low end of one of the larger tractors showed up. And we ended up using that all the way into, like, that was our tractor we used for, like, 20 plus years in game there. Where are you at? You're over there. Okay, so we need to empty the green beans. And as you can see with the green beans, we do... The green beans take forever to grow. I think from what it's looking like, it does look like the green beans might actually end up being fairly lucrative for the amount, like, basically the amount of fields you have. They end up paying really well. But it is just another one of those cases that they have a harvester. It is not very wide. This thing. There's definitely those kind of crops that are, like, very laborious but very lucrative, and I feel like the green beans are going to be in that realm. But you have to have a lot of patience. You think you're priced out a little bit at the moment to do the grain production off the bat? Yeah. I cannot wait till there's, the No Man's Land and No Man's Land equivalent. I know people mentioned earlier that the actual dev for No Man's Land might not work on it. Just maybe they're not doing mods anymore, whatever the reason is. I am kind of sitting here thinking, you know what? I kind of, like, nothing Nothing against them, they made an incredible map. I kind of would like someone else to do it just because they would have a different approach. So we would get a different No Man's Land. Like, thematically, it'd certainly be the same thing, and like general layout or whatever. So now the big question here is, supposedly I can drop the rice off at this preserving building, but I'm not sure how that works. Because it has the drop point right there. So I'm going to just try rolling this over here and seeing if... Okay. It's not the way I expected it to look, but sure. Sure, why not? We just dump it into the earth. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So let's see how much that filled that thing up. So if we look at our rice, we can store a lot of rice in there. So that should allow us to sell our rice for a little bit more than we have been. The other thing I need to do is there is a bunch of products I can, well, I just destroyed a bunch, that's fine. I didn't have the header down. So I just blasted across some of a rice field and destroyed it forever, it's okay. But that does mean what we'll do is we'll grab our tractor, we'll bring it on over, take the trailer, dump it out in there, and then I got to make the decision of how I am approaching the rice production, because we have two different types of like preserved rice, like bagged rice. We have rice rolls, and we had something else that we can make. And I have no idea the values of any of these things or how long it'll take them to process. I think for right now, I'll just leave them all turned on and see if like we have enough rice to keep that thing taxed, where we'll be like into next year and still, you know, or most of the way to next year and still be processing it. Or if it'll only last like a month or two or whatever, and it's worth me min-maxing in the sense of going, which of these 4 products is actually the product I want to be producing with the rice? What's going to give me the most money? Okay. I got 2 more rows to go. Then I gotta grab our tractor, because we also need to bring the tractor back over here for cultivating these fields. And for refilling the water in the greenhouse. And I'm thinking, and I'm going back and forth in this, I might get the larger water tank just to save me the 10 laps of filling up the water. Drop it down to 3. Okay. That is pretty cool, the side where you see, like, it turns the rice sideways and just brings it up the side. You know, it's removing the rice from the top of the plant. And then just all, like, the green part goes through and just gets dumped out the back. You know, kind of the same thing you do with, like, the swathing for hay and all that stuff, where it sorry, not with hay, for wheat. So it grabs all, like, the good stuff off and it chucks the straw out the back. Alright. I can drop this off of the thing for preserving stuff. We could check our production lines and turn that back on. Then I need to get the tractor all the way over here. But then the question is, well, actually, what are our sales today before I say anything? That's a yarding thing. I'm not worried about that in an auger wagon. So you planted 3 fields and have a year of canola. Do people just fast forward to harvest, or do they usually wait until then? Also, you're broke. So you'll have some people do a bunch of contracts between now and then. Some people will just fast forward. It varies. Usually what'll happen is over time people get like a couple different crops. That way, like this day they'll deal with this crop. The next day they'll deal with the next crop. And there's still usually the winter, there's nothing you gotta do. But yeah, I mean, it's basically, are you gonna do contracts, or are you gonna just fast forward? But skipping days is a perfectly normal thing in this game. Let's check you. So you're almost done with this phase. Have we visibly seen anything change here? Yeah, now if you're broke, I'd agree, probably do contracts. Yeah, I'm not sure what's being worked on right now, but we did put a lot of wood in there. That's fine. You're doing your thing. Alright, so I need this tractor back where we're at. How expensive is the water tank? Are we talking, is it pricey, or is it not a big deal? Because I feel like it was 30,000. Which is definitely one of those ones where it's like, I don't know, it's 25,000 for that one. And then the really big one we can't afford. I am gonna get it. So we'll customize it. No exciting colors. So we're gonna buy that. Okay. Do that. Back. We're gonna go to our list of stuff we own. We're gonna take the little teeny tiny water tank here. We're gonna sell that one. Let's see. You tried one, but you think it times on the middle contract. Do you lower the play time to like 0.5 or something contract? You're very new to this game. Most contracts you can knock out with no problem. Some of the really, really, really big harvest contracts, it is worth slowing down time for. Like the ones end up being like 16,000 and all that. Usually it's because it's a very slow machine that justifies how much you're getting paid. And that's those ones that you definitely change the speed of your game as you go. Like I've been leaving mine mostly on 1-time speed. Normally it defaults to 5, which is appropriate for a lot of things. But with this run and how many contracts I've been doing, I've just been like, that's fine. We'll just do it this way. But yeah, no, by all means, ask all the questions you like. I know a lot of people are new to the game, and the game doesn't really take the time to teach you much. It is one of the weaknesses in the game is that they kind of just go, here's how you harvest, here's how you plow, go do. And I'm being a little unfair, but, you know, go do. And very genuinely, it does not give you enough information to be successful without going there. And you do have, like, the help section out here. But as I just mentioned, like, I don't know if I need to flood my fields multiple times. And going to the rice thing here, it just doesn't tell you. So, do I need to flood my field more than once with rice? I don't know. Okay, so what's the plan for hitting 1 million? Right now, we're going to be upscaling stuff until we can get ourselves to be able to make a decent amount of cash. More than likely, realistically, it's going to be a little bit of doing contracts as one part of it. Because we do get the occasional contract worth 10, 15, 20, well, not 20, like 10, 15, $16,000. That does help a lot. Another thing we'll ultimately end up doing is we are scaling up our production of different materials, but we're going to go until we can start making a decent amount of money per year on things. And then once we kind of get to that phase, that's when we'll go here. Can I actually, you know what? Because I used to have these over here for doing the fertilizer contracts, but I'm going back to where we have our rice fields now, which is where I'm going to need these. So since I'm stopping here anyways, let's just grab this and get it by. Contracts are most likely to reset at midnight. Yeah, there's most contracts do not go over multiple days. There's some contracts, like the wood pickup contracts, that'll sometimes have more time to them. But most contracts, when you hit midnight, you know, it's just done. Appalachian Connection, is 2025 worth the buy? All hot techs welcome. If you are looking at getting a farming simulator game at all and you do not already own 22, then I would 100% recommend getting 25. If you own the base game of 22, but none of the DLC, I'd still get 25. It's probably cheaper than getting all of the DLC. But even then, I would still say that 25 is absolutely a massive improvement on 22. You'll have people say it doesn't look a whole lot better. Most of them are looking at it on stream and trying to compare stream to stream, and that's just not really a fair comparison. Because with the stream, you're getting the compressed version that's got video compression, it's knocked down to 1080p, yada yada. That is not what it's going to look like to you. The other thing you're also going to deal with, a lot of it, is very genuinely... One second. Like, genuinely, the AI in 22 is really rough to work with. So there's, like, another thing there. We can drop you. For a minute. The AI is, like, way, way, way better. We've got the new steering assist thing, which is a lot better. And some of those things, yes, you can kind of achieve them with mods. But I would say, in a lot of ways, I like the way it's been implemented better than a lot of the mods. The FS25 right now at the most, mostly FS Farm Sim 22 plus all Giants made DLCs with some new crop site, which mean by the time we start getting new DLC, there's going to be much more than we had in 22. Yes. I would agree to that. We also have, like, a completely different rendering engine and all that. The engine under the hood has lots and lots of changes that are allowing for a lot of stuff. We've got the project stuff. Graphics are a massive improvement. Yeah, and a lot of that improvement does not come across on stream. Like a lot of those improvements you just don't see on the stream just by the nature of how this works. I'll need to go around the outside of the field here at the end. Yeah, I'll do this, and then I'll go at the outside of the field and clean it up. But like the AI on the... Like the worker AI is way better. Like even with course play, the worker AI, I would still have to deal with the AI getting stuck quite a bit. And so far, I've only been able to get the AI stuck once. And that was literally putting a harvester against a tree and saying, go to work. And the AI kind of just looked at me and was like, screw you, man. And immediately canceled out. I was like, alright, fair enough. It's like, fair enough. I did park you directly against a tree. It's not that you couldn't get, you know, figure it out, but I did put you in a pretty bad location. Stop switching over there. The AI has always been one of the biggest issues. Right, and that's what I was saying is the AI in 23 or 25 is it's pretty good. It's not perfect, it's still AI. Like it still makes some decisions that you scratch your head at. But at least it successfully makes those decisions now. Versus in 22, where you have the AI get stuck on a tree and says, "I'm blocked," and then just parks there and burns up your money. All right. Just checking something. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird seeing those splotches of stuff. That's fine. Yeah, so I just need to go along that edge over there. We already got the corner. You loved every 20 minutes. Worker C is blocked and you had to keep swapping to get him off a signpost? Yeah. I wonder if where we leave the indents in the field matters to any of the crop success. Alright, really fast, I just want to go all the way over to that far edge where we cut off the edge of the field. Is it a stop and check this out? I hope you all have a wonderful night. Yeah, no, it's been good. You're always welcome. Alright, we can go over here. Are we making money? Yes. We just keep spending it too. As you do. Alright, so we can get out of this field. I'm gonna start this flooding. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. You encounter an annoying thing with weeds? Yeah, so we're having suspicions that we're getting these weeds here, or dead crops, or whatever they are. And we're having the sneaking suspicion that I'm supposed to flood the field more than just when I plant it. That's kind of where that's going, is that you flood the field once, and then later on you do another flooding kind of thing. Because it does imply that you need to have the field flooded when the crops are young kind of thing, but we'll see. So my plan is this time when I go to plant these, to flood the field right at the beginning, and then, like, the next season, flood the field again. But yeah, now if you're talking rice, rice is supposed to use flooding as its weed protection. Like, that's the reason you flood it, is to deal with weeds and pests in real life. Let's see, you have to flood every month after you seed. You can't flood before the season starts. Gotcha. It's a weird choice to have, like, I get it. But it's a weird choice to have to sit there and be like, reflood the field, reflood the field, reflood the field. I kind of wish it was just you flooded the field and that was just it. We'll see. And yes, I know people be like, but in real life you need to... I don't care. I care about gameplay. Real life can be whatever real life wants to be. So you create all your fields as rice, and you'll make flour. Yeah, I mean, right now we got all the equipment for doing rice, and so we are doing like a 0 to hero thing. So we're in for it for the rice for a while. Woohoo! Real close to the edge there. Yeah, the help section says flood 2 months, but must be dry for the 3rd growth stage. It's saying flood before growing 2. Okay. I would be curious where that is in the help thing, because I looked under the rice, and it's possible I just missed it. But I wasn't able to find anything that actionable in there. You know, I got here, and so as well as things, and we've checked rice. Oh, I looked at rice varieties, and I missed the rice. Yeah, so rice is sown in the spring rice field has already been flooded. This type of rice grows faster than the dried planted rice. It also produces a higher yield. To plant rice, you need a special seeder. With this variety, the rice field has to be flooded when you plant the green rice sprouts. When growing the rice, it's important to note that the field may only remain flooded for a certain period of time. If the water remains in the field too long, the number of rice plants will die. Keep the field flooded after planting for 2 more months before it has to be dry for the 3rd growth stage. As soon as the rice can be harvested, you'll be able to use the harvester. All right, so it does straight up tell you. Because that was one of the things I failed to notice. That one I noticed varieties of rice, and then the long rice. Just completely overlooked the other one, and it was just kind of like, I don't know what it wants. Like it's good that it's at least located there. I still wish there's a better way to find that stuff in game. Like when you're looking at the rice field, just have it literally tell you water is too low. You know, basically you need to flood the field. Just to get lost in tabs. Yeah, for people who don't read, pump will not allow you to flood the field when it is not the right time. Oh, that's good news. So yeah, like if I try to go to the wrong time, it just says you can't flood right now. That's at least something. I'll give them that. Yeah, no, it's they have all that information in there, and that's better than nothing. I still feel like there should be a way in-game to organically discover stuff, not have to pull up, you know, not have to consult the documentation. Does the AI worker cost you money? Yes, if you look above me, you'll notice that's ticking down about $1 every second or every other second. That's the AI worker costing me that much. Read the manual? No. It's one thing to read the manual for, you know, a product you purchased, a complicated piece of equipment, or a piece of equipment that's dangerous. But like, this is a video game. I shouldn't have to read the manual. Let's see. The worst part of going from full-time to part-time work is you can't keep a sleep schedule now. I know that feeling. Let's see. AI is very good now. I agree. Is your AI worker set to buy fuel, seed, and other consumables? Yes. I can actually save money by turning that off. Because for the contract work, you know, if I return it half out of fuel, I don't believe there's any consequence. Back in the day, games came with physical manuals. Right, and the physical manual would say A button jumps, B button picks up things, left, right, up, down arrows, you know, move your character in those directions. Also, here is 3 pages about the game's lore, which would usually be, there is a thing, it's mean, it's evil, defeat it. Like, you'd get the manual, it'd be like all of 4 pages long. And that's for, like, Nintendo games and all that. You get to the ones like the Dungeons and Dragons game, and the Dungeons and Dragons game. Some of those manuals got pretty beefy, but they would get into like the inner lore where it'd be like 10 pages, like, oh, you are back in the kingdom of Goliath, and the kingdom of Goliath has been facing being usurped by Xeno whatever demon. You are a paladin who has been, you know, whatever. And, like, you'd sit there and be like, I can't really picture any of the things you're telling me, but okay. Fine, I'll lift it. I didn't want to. But I accept my tractor is not quite powerful enough to pull it over that ridge. But yeah, no, you get the rare, like, major manual, but most of those, it was all the fluff flavor text, whatever you want to call it. I mean, those were good. Like, some of those are really good reads, but, like, even, you know, you look at games like Metroid, Super Metroid, those kind of things that came with the manual, it was, like, 5-6 pages stapled together. And there's no reason to read that manual half the time. Because, like I said, it would be jump, fire weapon, left, right, crouch. And then usually a lot of the developers knew you weren't going to read the manual anyways, so they would incorporate into game design really well, like Mega Man used to, where Mega Man had a reputation. Well, Kirby's another one that did an extremely good job of teaching you the game along the way without requiring a manual. Like, it is one of those things at Kirby, they kind of introduce you to where you can climb over, like, you can fly over something. And so, like, genuinely the very first level, you can literally just fly over the entire level, moving to the right, and you will win. But then once you get to the second level, they start doing the thing where they put some ledges that you can't get under. And so you deal with that. And that's just kind of one of those things. You never saw Jane's Flight Simulator 16? That game was one of the giant boxes with 3.5 floppies. The rest of the box was a 350,000 page manual. When you saw it, you're like, what? Yeah, I imagine some of the games trying to be like hyper-realistic stuff could have manual. But that's probably one of those ones that you go into the manual, it's got this absurd amount of detail, and you're like, but what's in the game? Oh yeah, no, your joystick hooks up, and you can use the numpad, or you can use the number keys to throttle up or down. And that's basically all of it. Like, all the rest of this is like talking about documentation around all that. Which says Barnes had some function? Yeah, I have no idea. We haven't gotten over there yet. Alright, so let's top this off. Yeah. See, with this tank, I wouldn't mind getting stuck driving all the way down to the beach again and again. But with that the little 2000, I'm like, man, no one wants to watch that. 20 laps down to the beach, half across the map. No one wants to watch that. What are you growing? So we've got rice in our fields. And we've got we're growing literally everything that the greenhouse lets us. But we are taking the stuff that we can make kimchi with, and we're dropping that outside of it. And then all the rest we're just telling it to sell as is, which, you know, means I'm not getting nearly as much money as I could out of those goods, but yep. Nope, it used to have a flight stick and every other key on the keyboard, plus shift, control, plus alt keys. The game was insane for its complexity for the time. Gotcha. But yeah, that would be an outlier, though. That's kind of my point, is that generally speaking, most games in that point in time, your manual was, like, really not much. It wasn't until later that manuals started to, like, get a little bit more involved. But even then, they started moving to, like, digital format and all that. Like, I remember the first time that you play a game, it's like, you can get the PDF of the manual on the, you know, on the disc. Or you can access the website to get the manual. I'm like, why the hell did you put this in the book? Like, I got this box, I spent like $40, $50, $60 on it. Why isn't the manual in here? So many buttons. Yeah, no, I didn't play so much of those like super hyper realistic simulations when I was younger. I played a lot of like space flight sims and all that. But so you can distribute to factory productions. As far as you know, if you have too much product, you'll lose overflow material. Yeah, no, that's the thing we were noticing. Is the building over there, when I told it to, or when I dropped stuff off, it would take the entire pallet, and it couldn't physically hold an entire pallet's worth.
Take a sip.
Let me shrimp in peace.
What's the worst that could happen?
How are you still filling up? Yeah, that's why better distribution from greenhouse. Yep. So let's go ahead and set that real fast. So we can go to the greenhouse. So it's change you to distributing. Change you to distributing. Change you to distributing. And change you to distributing. The greenhouse is just a swimming pool in disguise. A swimming pool with a bad leak. How are you not full? Oh, it's literally filled up as is doing that. That's fine. Free water? Yeah, like, I would take issue with doing this if I couldn't get free water otherwise on the map. But I can already just drive down to the beach and do it. So it's just saving me the annoying ride down here. So I'm not sweating it. But if like free water wasn't available on the map already, I probably would be like, yeah, we're gonna just do this the other way. But all it's saving me is the labor of driving half across the map. Okay, so you can go ahead and drop this off. Yeah, so we still don't have a ton of rice. But we should be able to go over here. Just the idea of, like, dumb, let's see. Really hate that they make you pay for water from a water tank or the windmill. Sorry, but you're already paying for that service in property taxes and the game for every building the field that you own. Yeah, no, I could definitely see where you could have, like I would be okay if the way the windmill worked is you got free water, but, like, it only filled itself up to, you know, 2,000 liters a day or whatever would be appropriate for it. Like, you know, have that be the limiter, that it gets you free water, it just can only get you so much free water per day or something like that. Okay. So let's take a look-see at what we've got here. So if we check on our preserving, we are not actually that far filled up. So I don't know which of these are worth the most. So I can activate to make the bag rice. We have the other bag rice. And then we also have... There's something else in here. Was that literally it? Yeah, so I got two types of bag rice I can make in here, and I don't know which one is better because they don't give you the information I need to make those. Well, actually, yes, they do. I'm lying. So you cost 168 per month to produce 50 rolls, and it's about 1 rice to each roll. You take twice as much, but you cost way less to produce. But they both... So that's 2 rice to 1 bag, and 1 rice to 1 roll. So let's check what the end product costs or values of those are. So we go here to the rice rolls. Those sell for about 1,500 at their top. And we go to our rice bag. Okay. So I think the answer here is you want to go to this production line and get rid of this one. And so we're only going to do this one because I get a lot more mileage out of my rice. If we do notice the rice is staying ahead, then we'll turn the other one on because why not? All right. So let's see what else we need to do. Let's grab the winch because you're out of wood. Like you're right about to tap out of wood. And that tree has not been pulled in there. So I'm assuming if I grab the winch, I just shimmy that tree over a little bit, it should detect and pull the whole tree in there. If not, what we're going to go ahead and do is... cut a chunk off that tree and then try it. Alright, so let's push that back there. Alright, so I think there's one of those situations that you can see I got the whole thing on that pad. And I think it is just genuinely too big. I have no idea where that's going to be cutting along. Okay, so it took that chunk. There we go. Is that basically full? That's the problem. That tree was so big that it couldn't fit in the sawmill. Like, the tree would have overfilled the sawmill. That was after we took the chunk of the bottom off there and put it in separately previously. Okay, so our tree can just sit here for right now. And instead, let's grab the forklift. Let's also check for our prices here again. What month should I be doing the rice stuff? So let's check this. So the rice bag, no, it's the rice rolls. Those sell at their best in July. The price between the two is actually pretty minimal. Like this is $60 from the absolute worst to the absolute best. I'm not super sweating the price on that one. Because that'll only be like $200-300 difference for the whole lot. Meanwhile, if we go to our kimchi, I think that was $100 difference, best to worst. Yeah, it's fine. We can wait till that thing starts to back up. And when this place starts to back up, we'll empty it. Hey, how's it going? Meanwhile, how's the sawmill doing? Is it getting backed up? No, it's got plenty of storage. Alright, is there any other contracts we were wanting to deal with? Yeah, so you're still trucking away. This is a really high-value contract, so we've been letting them go. But I'll see if there's something else I can work on in the meantime. Is there a point of picking a map over another, or is it just personal preference? It's mostly personal preferences. Like, I will say there are some contracts available on Riverbend that are not available on this one, and I can't speak for the European map. I'm not close enough. Like, it does feel like they do the most on Riverbend versus I am on the non-specific East Asian map. Like, if it wasn't already like super into this one and starting fresh, I might have preferred Riverbend. These 10 like buildings produce a tenth of the larger facility. Good when low on cash and building. Yeah, that's the whole idea. Is the little 36,000 production buildings are good for kind of bootstrapping up your early production. You love baling contracts? Get a cheap baler on half price, and so you don't have to move to sell point? Yeah. I was just checking what we had here again. Alright. So meanwhile, let's check to see what our contracts... Not gonna do the root crop, not gonna do root. That's oats. That'd be fast, but unless they have more than one contract for those, I'm probably not gonna do it. Yeah, so the only ones we have a canola and we have an oats one. So interestingly enough, I can actually share the equipment between these. Which wouldn't make it quite as bad. I'm not going to worry about that. Plowing is really slow. Rock removal, I'm not going to bother. Spraying is fine. Wood transport's the same tools I don't want to deal with. Stone picking we're not doing. Yeah, so I'm not worried about the rest of those. I might... The hoeing one is good. I wish I could get a better idea of which one's the bigger equipment. I think that's one. I will go ahead and take this contract. And then the one next to it. Because I should be able to set this one up. Well, here's a question. Is the Riverbend map bigger? And I mean that just like the straightforward, is it just a bigger map? Because it does really feel like it is a bigger map. I could be entirely wrong about it, but that's the way I felt from looking at other people's playing. It's just like, oh, you are just a bigger map. I don't know that that's true, because like all of this is out of play. So it's like right here is the actual border. Like I'd be curious what the actual like square footage, area, acres, whatever of the entire map is. Not that it really matters that much, unless you're gonna do like super duper long term. But the only contract you've seen where you specifically get the product is the Deadwood contract. As you're contracted to clear the dead trees, and they don't care what you do with them. Yeah. You think this one is the same size, just smaller because the water in the mountains? Gotcha. Versus Riverbend has the river just bisecting the whole thing. Because more dense? Gotcha. Well, that's the reason I wasn't like, very clearly this one's bigger. It's like, it just feels that way. Alright, so you can do this for a moment. And I'll get your trailer in position. Because that way, while we're waiting on the green beans, we're not just sitting on our hands doing nothing. Yeah, this map is not very flat. Yeah. No, I definitely noticed I started with the rice fields, and there's no joining those rice fields. They have, like, a very hard ledge made out of pavers, and then, like, the difference is, like, a 6, 7, 8 foot drop. It's like, yeah, those are forever. What are... You slacking on me, buddy? Don't let me catch you again. Okay, so you got a while. So what I can probably do in the interim is get our truck. Oh, how are we doing with this, by the way? You pay them by the hour basis, they're exploiting you. Yeah, it's like, don't get me wrong, it's probably like something where he had just started moving forward, just, you know, have that little bit of a delay while it, you know, gets a little bit of power behind it or whatever, a little bit of torque behind it. But as you roll in and you just see the harvester sitting there, it's like, excuse me, do you want to talk about it? So I wasn't going to bother trying to sell the kimchi and all that today, but being I'm going to be waiting on those tractors or harvesters anyways, we can keep doing that. So I can go ahead and grab our kimchi, grab the planks and the beams and all that, drop those off at the temple, so that way when it hits the next phase there's already some stuff in there. Clean the machine. Yep. Okay. Saw that start to roll up on two wheels. Don't need that in my life. I think production also helps you even out in the winter months. Well, if you're selling things at peak prices, you still wait till like whenever the sale time is, which actually usually ends up being like late winter, tends to be the very best prices for most of your produce. Production or otherwise. Exceptions apply. But, it is just kind of one of those things. Generally, the production just means you make more money, so regardless of when you get it, it's still more money. Alright, so let's go and first grab the lumber, because that'll be the last I unload. Pull you up over here. We got a lot of greenhouse goods we'll load up. Those actually sell best in January, I believe, but we're probably just going to sell them early and not care about it. I'm not going to put in all the effort to like make sure I min-max, like, this is peak selling period and yada yada. It's a thing you probably should do, but I'm not really interested in sitting here and waiting forever. Yeah, I can pretend that's on there. And now it's not. That's why you don't hit complete until you're fully done? Yeah. You're talking about where you can get some extra money out of your harvest things. There we go. So we can go ahead and drop these off on the trailer here. Let's see if I can't shove that one on there just a little bit more. Make it less crooked. There we go. Then grab those. Now go and grab, there's another wood pallet down there. Then we'll grab the kimchi. Okay, then we got wood block in there. All right. And then we grab the kimchi next. I wonder if it's one of those things that the price range on the produced goods varies less than the raw goods, too. I don't know if that is a thing, but it seemed like most of the produced goods were not seeing a huge range of prices. Well, that is a real bummer. I was really hoping that the block would be similar size to the planks, but the block is longer than the planks. That does mean once we sell the other goods, we're going to have a very unbalanced load. Okay. So next up, let's load the kimchi. Alright. Now after the kimchi, I guess we start loading up the other stuff from the greenhouse that is not the cabbage. Because the cabbage actually do need all of that in there versus the hot peppers and all that. I do seem to be producing that much faster than we're using it. Give that a little nudgy nudge. Alright, so you're not quite full. You're getting there. Okay. Yeah, a little push. Don't worry, it's probably totally fine to take a pallet full of glass jars and take a forklift and then poke it with the front of your tang right along the side to shove it into place. It certainly will not go bad. You definitely are not going to shatter and harpoon the entire box of kimchi there. All right. Okay, so not quite half full, so should be able to do the entire field of oats in one trailer. Alright, so let's grab the next thing of kimchi, because in a moment I have to fight with the greenhouse goods. I'm going to try and grab this kimchi long ways, because I think grabbing it long ways, I might be able to squeeze it in from there. Is the AI good or the workers a bit clumsy? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So the AI will get the job done, sometimes not as efficiently as you'd hope, but it is way better than we used to have. They at least will get the job done. I haven't run to many cases where they do get problems. Which is a major step forward from Farm Sim 22, where honestly, there were just some jobs you never gave to the AI because they just couldn't do it. Like they would give it their good college try, but it was genuinely kind of sad how bad the job they do sometimes. But 25, the AI is pretty solid. So if I line this up right, I can put that fork in here. Just keep rocking till this one's over. And fits perfectly. You haven't played Farm Sim since 2013? but you heard it was way better than previously. Oh yeah, no, Farm Sim 22, the AI was pretty difficult to work with. It could do like a rectangular field for something like cultivating relatively okay, but anything more complicated than that, a lot of times, you're better off doing it yourself. Because you're going to ultimately be doing it yourself. Alright. There's some hot peppers. You can just zip on over here, grab some more greenhouse goods. Now we got our garlic. I think the cabbage is next, which is the one we want to actually take to the to our production. Okay, and I don't think we're putting another one in the width there. But this way, the first game you actually legitimately play into launch, you don't feel like you can't play without GPS mod, course player, auto drive. I wish you would have waited. Yeah. I genuinely play a lot of these games mod free or near mod free. There are definitely some mods I find myself missing, but it's more stuff like being able to get price information faster. That there are mods around being like, hey, just tell me, like, you know, this item is over this price this day. Like, I just get a little alert and it's like, oh, it's time to sell. And not have to remember each and every crop and what day I should sell it and all that stuff. Right now I'm just not caring because I don't have the equipment and all that to make that easy to sort out, so I'm just making it happen. Plus, a lot of these goods, I'm not noticing a huge difference in price. There we go. There's the cabbage in for making more kimchi. Alright, so this will be the point that I fill up and have to sell. Or drop off, or whatever you want to say. It's not mine to sell. Okay. Alright, so where am I dropping you off? Is it the canning place? The harbor elevator. Okay, I didn't expect that, but alright. No problem. I think we're going to harbor elevator. Going around here will be better. So we got 46,000 liters of green beans. All right. It does make me wonder with a bunch of these new crops how ridiculous they get with the production lines. Because, like, it does seem like the green beans, we get a pretty good amount of volume per area. Same with the spinach. The green beans take a very long time to harvest. So my hope would be then, with the green beans that take forever to harvest, you can put them in a production line and just make buku bucks for the amount of time and effort you put into them. That's always those ones that I just depend on other people to do all that math. I can't be bothered. And even then, I usually don't worry too much. What year was the first farming sim game? I played Farming Simulator 22 as my very first one, so I'm actually, relatively speaking, new to the series in the sense of I haven't played 19 and a bunch of the other ones before that. But at the same time, with the previous title, you know, I got a lot of hours in on Farm Sim 22. It's definitely one of my most played games in the past couple years. It just got some nice chill pacing to it. I like to do like the challenges that are slow burn challenges, like Survivor Man is what we spent most of our time doing in 22. All right. But yeah, and that was the two main runs we did in Farm Sim 22 is I did a silver run, like Silver Mountain Run or whatever it is, Silver Run Mountain. That's the words I'm looking for. You can tell it's been 7.5 hours straight streaming. Silver Run Mountain. We did that map where we were making our own farms in the forest and all that, which was a lot of fun. But then after that one, we did a Survivor Man challenge on No Man's Land, where we started with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream, with no loans or leases allowed, and hardest economy settings, and just made it work, and just kept building and building and building. And it would have kept going too, except, you know, Farm Sim 25 got announced. It's like, all right, well, let's, you know, at that point, my priority switched from doing the challenge to let me get all the remaining achievements I'm missing, you know, and get those knocked out, which I did get them all before this released. AI worker has finished their task. Cool. So I should be able to just zip on over here. Hey, Lego, how's it going? I'm going to park you right here. We'll have you drop off your oats. And then get you to your next field. And get you working on that contract. And I'll sell the oats. And get the tractor into the new position. Okay, so where is your next field? Your next field is down here, field 34. So
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
So right next to my place. All right. Let's zip on down this way. I chose to not bother with the trailer because the route I'm going is relatively okay. Like, yeah, I might run to some vehicles, I guess sneak around, but shouldn't be too bad. We can take this just down the hill to field 34. That is the one right next to our preserving area. One of the fields we debated buying for our next field. Or next area, whatever. So that should be relatively fine. I think yours was 2009, not sure. Yeah, the games have come a long way. That is definitely one thing for sure. Like, with 25... they released, it was a video that was basically showing like each iteration of Farm Sim kind of doing similar stuff. from like the oldest version to the current version. And it was just kind of one of those things, like the first version, you know, is basically geometry with wheels and all that. Does Sim Farm count? Sim Farm would be a different company, right? Was Sim Farm Maxis? You checked the screenshots out recently, and ooh, back then. Yeah. Yeah. Nah, that's very clearly a different company. But yeah, no, as well as things like, you'd have basically a trapezoid with a cylinder on each corner of it, and it would travel over it, and the texture would kind of change colors that you were driving over. Like, that was the very first version of Farm Sim. Okay, so literally everything is going to the elevator. All right, that's easy. Well, Maxis must have been a long time. Yeah, it's been a while since Maxis was around. But yeah, so that was like the very first version, and then like the next version, the geometry was a little bit more fleshed out, but it was still basically nearly textureless geometry. And it was like the next version after that, they started having something that was relatively tractor looking with your first amount of texture showing up, and then they went another version, and you know, it looked kind of it did look sort of like a tractor, not a whole lot of shading, whole lot of lighting or anything like that. And it's like the next version, it's like, okay, now it's starting to look like a legitimately decent tractor. And it's like the version after that, they started adding where like move a little bit as it goes over terrain. You know, and I think that's around the time it hit like 2019 or whatever, that then you start looking at, it's like, oh, okay, like that kind of looks like a little bit more crude version of the game I'm playing. And it just came a long way. But yeah, those first early versions, like, okay, it's a trapezoid with some cylinders on it. And the yellow stripe kind of turns this tannish color, or a brown. It has come a very long way. All right. So this will be that contract done. And an extra $1,000. We can zip back over, get this one into position for the next contract, and go from there. It is fun when you have those games, though, that have like that much history to them. There's not nearly as many anymore. Like you got like your Nintendo games have tons of those, like the Mario games and the Zelda games and all those kind of ones. But as far as like really long-running series, we just not like they used to. Like, don't get me wrong, we've got ones like Halo, but Halo is a relatively new series in all comparisons. Like, don't get me wrong, it's been around for decades. But, you know, just not as many versions all along the way. But it is cool to see, like, that gradual, incremental progression on the technology. There's not many series you can see that. Because then you have, like, ones like Elite Dangerous. Or the Elite series, I shouldn't say Elite Dangerous. The Elite series. That, yeah, their first one was like literally, it was a wireframe polygons that you would just try and do everything, and it had like all sorts of advanced stuff it would do in it, but it was still wireframe polygons, so it was really hard to look at, picture what's going on and all that. And that came all the way up to Elite Dangerous and everything that's happened there. All right, so back to what you were doing. Because after 2-3 games, EA buys them, markets the heck out of the next version, and then ends up You complete flop and close the studio? Yep. But that's the thing, it's the games that choose to not sell themselves to someone else. I mean, you also have ones that don't even do that. You have plenty of game studios that they make 1-2 versions of the game, and then they just, you know, the studio, like, the individuals who started are no longer around because they don't want to keep doing it. Man, a lot of times it is a game does really well. Like, nowadays, a lot of the normal indie access thing is you have your first one that does extremely well and someone will acquire it. You know, it doesn't matter who, someone ends up acquiring it. Because all things considered, the difficulty and everything for making games and how much everything involved that goes. You go through that one game and, like, how you don't even know if you're going to be able to pay your staff the next month or whatever. Like, your ride or die in that game's success and how little guarantee there is of success in releasing games. And then someone says, hey, we're going to give you a bunch of money. And you go, yes, please. Please, yes. And that's also another thing that's becoming common is how many indie studios, they make their first game, they have a success, and then that company becomes a publisher. That's been a very common thing lately as well. And unfortunately, the track record of those publishers has been honestly pretty garbage. It's because they kind of came to realize there's way more money in publishing games than actually making them. You know, someone else do all the work, you just put your name on it. And then, especially with contracts nowadays, there's so many contracts that basically say, when it comes to selling the games, you know, what you owe the publisher goes first. Oh, wait, we need to go to green beans. Stop. Stop. If we harvest in the rain, it takes a penalty. So I sped up time again. But yeah, no, it's been a common thing in contracts nowadays with publishers that basically what it says to, like, if I take, say, if I take $100,000 from a publisher to publish the game that they're like, all right, here's $100,000 to finish your game, you know, you go do that. That in those contracts nowadays, they'll set it up where it says, okay, well, the first $100,000 your game makes goes to the publisher. Like, they get dibs. Or, like, whatever the agreed upon amount is, they get dibs. And then if your game flops, you get nothing. Like, the publisher gets it all first, and then if it doesn't cover the publisher's expenses, you get nothing. And then the publisher basically has very little risk in that, with that situation, because if your game flops, as long as you made enough to offset what they invested, they're fine. But that said, a lot of indie devs are catching up that that's an actual, you know, like an absolute scam. As far as them, like they've got little to gain and everything to lose. I need you to accept the garlic. Let's see, some big indie titles have been different. Concerned Ape, Woob, Luden, what was her name? Like Indie Stone as well. Read Logic is another one to add onto that list. The makers of Terraria. Let's see, do they include the effect of a tariff on the farmer's income? No. Because thankfully, in Farm Sim, they understand that tariffs are a really crappy way to try and adjust your economics. That usually all tariff do is make the end user pay more, and do little to help out your local people be more successful. Because generally all that tariffs do is make the goods more expensive at the group who set up the tariff. And very rarely helps
Thank you, Detroit
small
by Dark,
business.
for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you to Detroit by Dark. Well, that I knew was coming. I thought I was gonna make it farther though. Thank you for that. I do really appreciate that Prime Gaming sub. You could have used it anywhere here on Twitch, and you chose to use it here. That truck is loaded. Yeah, that truck is heavier than those ones we've done with the beams. That's okay. We can fix it. Nice and easy. But I do hope you enjoy your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that. All right. So we can just scooch right on over here. And just lift ourselves back up. Truck got a little sleepy. Because I'm trying to go up these swervy roads up here to the town to sell most of these goods at the restaurant. Because generally the restaurant is giving me the best prices for almost all of it. There you go, little buddy. Can goods be damaged? I do not believe there are any goods that are capable of being damaged. Generally, like collisions and that in this game don't really cause much of an issue. It's just not that style of game. I think it's a good thing though, because sometimes the physics in this game gets a little quirky, and that's kind of a truth. That's kind of the truth of every simulation game that's ever been made. Like, everything will run buttery smooth and amazing, and they have that one time where suddenly the truck catapults itself in the sky, and it really kind of just causes everything there. Enjoy your take on tariffs. Do you ever play that Evil Satisfactory game? I have done 2 full playthroughs of Satisfactory since its release. And thank you, Pretty Big Ooh, for the 40 stream streak. I really do appreciate it. Okay, so that's 40 streams without missing a single one, which means a heck of a lot. Alright. Okay, so we're going to take our time once we get up to these roads that go into the town itself, because they're all super narrow with ledges on them, like off the edges. And so we definitely don't want to roll over here, because picking the vehicle back up here will be way more of a pain in the butt. Now the pro and the con is once we get this stuff dropped off, we will have the issue of the fact that our load's going to be very unbalanced on our left side, because just the nature of how the wood beams and planks work. I had to put those both on the one side because I put planks on the other. So it is a very unbalanced load once I get rid of all the stuff for the restaurant. Yeah, no, we did 2 full playthroughs of Satisfactory. We did a full playthrough of Factorio with its DLC. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We've got I Am Future we're doing right now, which is it markets itself as a cozy survival game. It's kind of like Dismantled if you ever seen that, and if you haven't, then that reference doesn't do anything for you. But if you haven't seen Dismantle, it's a game where you kind of start out with like next to no ability to destroy things, and then you use that to expand the area to slowly unlock new things. To be able to take apart the next things that let you, make better tools to take apart the next thing. So you start with a world cluttered with all sorts of junk everywhere, and you break it apart to make your tools to break it apart till everything eventually gets clean. Because it used to be a long-time watcher Pirate Software, but since he decided to create a publishing firm within our stream, basically becoming everything he fought against. I mean, I don't necessarily feel the same way, but that's, you know, to each their own. I've never really kept up with Pirate Software. It's just not someone, like, there's just so many major creators I just never kept up with. Not, like, particularly went out of my way to avoid or anything. Generally, though, I try to not talk about other content creators. Where was... Oh, the split was back there. Oh, no, I'm on it. Okay, we're good. The map's a little bit different. I'm taking my time because I do see that, like, the weight distribution is all on the left-hand side and none on the right, so it's a very unbalanced load. So if we do take a sharp left, we're going right on over. Or, honestly, if we take a sharp right, when I go to correct it back out, we can go right on over. But yeah, no, because there's, for those who don't know, with the... I actually can't remember if it's the terms of service for being on Twitch or part of the creator contract thing. Is one or the other that they actually say you're not supposed to disparage about other creators. Like, whether or not, you know, they're doing something they shouldn't be and yada yada. Like, at least on Twitch, like on stream, you're not supposed to make things. Have you tried to merge fields? Could be useful... Let's see. Could you still use workers on that field? Yes. I haven't messed with it in this game, but I do know in 22 you can merge fields and your workers would be fine. They would detect that it is a field and just go about it as a field. That said, there were mods like Courseplay that did a much better job of it with the AI, but I haven't done it in 25 yet, but it worked in 22. I can only assume it still works. Informer creators, permaban ones, it's easy just to leave that kind of thing alone. It's generally a thing I honestly recommend for people in general, is to just not... Like, if you get into the habit of complaining about other people on your channel, that's just what your channel becomes. And it's not that you can't ever have, like, you know, someone does something dumb and you're like, man, that's so dumb of them. Like, you get the idea. But, like, you don't want to make it too much. Yeah, no, it's not... So it's not a thing that's, like, super strictly enforced or anything like that. It's also a side of whatever the rules are. Generally speaking, disparaging against others, regardless of what it is, tends to be more of a negative thing for your channel than a positive. Because you will have people who are into whoever that is, and they'll be upset and they'll leave. And you'll have others who just don't want to hear about it anymore, and they'll want to leave. And so you just get the idea. There's very little to gain. Because you're asking about Farm Sim 25, because you have a problem with that. You want to know if it's a one-time bug. Thanks anyways. Gotcha. Sadly, I haven't done it yet in Farm Sim 25, because it did just come out and I'm doing kind of a challenge, so I'm going a little bit slower than a lot of people. Yeah, those are great conversations for Discord channels. Okay, so we actually have our next contract here. So the good news is, I actually only need 4 pallets of wood beams, and I need 6 pallets of roof plates. So we've got enough for that, so let's get the truck in position. I'm assuming I could just buy the roof plates. Wage only $13. How's the wage only $13? I got 2 workers going. That should be way more than that. I'm pretty sure that money's gone down by more than 13 bucks. Oh, no it hasn't, because we stopped them because it's raining. That's right, I was about to say, it's like, wait a second, I got 2 workers. That should be like $2,000. Right, we had to stop them working because it's raining, and you take a penalty harvesting in the rain, and you can actually fail a contract by harvesting during the rain, because you'll waste so much crop, you won't get credit for the completion. Which is understandable. Like, if I hire you to harvest a field of mine and you just completely botch it and I only get like 60% of what I should, I'm probably not paying you, and I'm probably suing you for damages. So it makes sense in the game that it is one of those things that you would just fail the contract. We doing the temple? We are. We are on stage 8, I believe now. We've gone through 8 stages of working on the temple. We're getting roof tiles, which is exciting. I have no idea how many stages this thing has, by the way. So let's see how much the roof tiles cost. Because we have those up here. You know the forest behind the farm? You putting sheep there? Gotcha. Makes sense. Okay, so we've got the wood beams, but where are... Like, I'm assuming we get the roof tiles here. I should probably actually check. Gotcha, so the Inaki are mushrooms. I thought so. Roof plates. 2,000 bucks. Okay, so it's actually not that bad. So you're already kind of on your way here. What if you left the field alone during the game and harvest it later because of having a later contract for whatever other reason? Would there be no contract if the rain doesn't destroy the crop yield that's still in the field? Yeah, so if you, like right now where I've just left that there, that's fine. As long as I'm not actively harvesting it in the rain, we won't take any penalty. Now, if I do harvest it during the rain, the penalty happens. So it's at the moment you harvest. The catch you have is a lot of crops, you can only harvest them for 1 or 2 months. With contracts, usually you have to harvest it the month of the contract. If you wait till like the day rolls over, you lose the contract and you fail. So what I'm going to do here is I just fast forward time until the weather clears up and then we'll go back to harvesting. Yeah, road signs is trying to tell me how to live my life. How dare they? But yeah, so we should be able to go over here and get these materials for the temple. And that's eating up a lot of our money, but it's one of those things that I am making the progress there. And that is one of our goals, is to build the temple. And I kind of figuring the build the temple will probably be faster than the $1 million. You know, barring cheese. Like, because genuinely, if it was really... Like, what I could see doing is if we decide, like, oh, we're at that stage now that, you know, a survivor map has come out that I want to play on the channel. Let's just wrap this thing up. If we get to that, I will just do the cheesy thing of slap down a solar panel, fast forward, slap down a solar panel, fast forward, that kind of nonsense. Which is very unsatisfying to watch. But we could do that on stream really fast to knock out 1 million, and then do the Survivor Man thing. But I anticipate that being a while. Okay, so I need 6 pallets of roof plates. So let's grab those first. Okay, so those are relatively small. And then I need how many beams? I already have 2 pallets of beams here. So I need 4 pallets of beams. Okay, that's basically all my money. Alright, so it's loaded on up. Let's readjust that. Quite amusing that they put in liters. Yeah, like we've talked about a couple of times, it's like, okay, liters is technically an accurate measurement you could use for all these things, but also not a measurement you would use for these things. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So like, buying wood beams by the 1,000 liters. It doesn't go around because I can line up easier. Yeah, 1K liters is technically a ton. Well, no, I was pretty sure liters was a volume, not a weight. Because, like, 1 liter of lead should weigh more than 1 liter of cotton. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding of it. Alright, so I want to drop the front one here. Yeah, no, a water would weigh a ton. 1 liter of or 1,000 liters of water, that is. No, leave it there. No. There we go. Let's strap that down real quick. Yeah, liters volume and a kilo is defined as the weight of 1 liter of water on Earth. You remember correctly, right? The bigger point was that a liter of water and a liter of wood are probably completely different measurements. Bear with me, chat, for just 2 seconds. I'm not gonna go to the away screen or whatever. I'm gonna just take 2 seconds real fast. I'm gonna grab a drink and be right back. Oh good, the mute button didn't work. That's fine. Okay. Just double checking to make sure it didn't work and I wasn't sitting here like muted now. Is your Yeti dying? So, the Blue Yetis, the microphone part's perfectly fine, but they do have a reputation of their mute button not registering. After a while, it's one of the first wear points for the mic. And mine is getting to that point where it doesn't always register when I mute. There we go. So yeah, that is the thing I'm running into. Can you get the button replaced? I don't believe so. It's like a 9-10-year-old model of the Yeti anyways. It's just cheaper to get a new mic? I'll probably end up getting a new mic. And there may be things going on related to that I cannot speak about quite yet. Which was not me reaching out, but other people reaching out, which that. A ton can also be a measure of volume? I did not know that. There's a lot of fun stuff I've got up in the air that most of which I cannot talk about yet, but because one, they might not go through, but there's a lot of fun stuff I look forward to. Surprises? There might be a lot of surprises. There's a whole lot of them I cannot talk about. Not yet, at least. No, 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 no. Those are some grippy tiles, I'll say that much. Well, I do actually have a couple NDAs I'm under. The things there I'm mentioning aren't under NDA, but I do actually have some NDAs I'm under right now. We're all gonna come in covered in stickers like a NASCAR driver soon. Hey man, if they pay enough. Confuse everyone and have like one sleeve it's like Intel and Nvidia, and then the other sleeve it's like AMD and Athlon. They would not allow that. Which for the record, all those companies just mentioned, not involved. For the record, most of the time when you do take on like a paid sponsor or something like that, they'll usually have restrictions about other paid sponsors being, you know, there at the same time. Not as like an anti-competitive thing so much as in the moment you're having my sponsored stuff, like I want it to be just my sponsored stuff. Which is reasonable. Or at least no direct competitors or whatever. It's not that you can't be sponsored by a direct competitor, just not actively during the same stream that you're promoting their stuff. So ARM and Citrix, okay, yep. And everyone's different. Like some are pretty strict about stuff like that, and some of them, it's like, hey, I've already got a thing on this day with like this other group. They're like, yeah, it's cool. Or like, there's ones that, you know, you might have a hardware sponsor and you'd be like, hey, by the way, you know, Timberborn is sponsoring me. Is that going to be a problem? They're like, yeah, we don't care. It's mostly they don't want something they see as like a competition that you're like, you wouldn't want to have like Intel sponsoring you as like Intel, and at the same time I'm promoting their product, I'm promoting their direct competitor. They'll even actually have a lot of contracts will sit there and be like, hey, we would just ask you not mention our competition during the stream. I mean, those who actually reached out, I don't know if ARM or Citrix has like ever sponsored anyone on streaming platforms. So like if for example, again, we were promoting Intel to be like, hey, don't talk about our competition during the stream. Because you will have sometimes that you can get people in trouble, including yourself, that there are laws about comparing products and what you are and are not allowed to do. There's some places in Europe where when you're doing an advertisement, I can't go, hey, Time Warner's connection speeds are this, this, and this, which is so much slower than ours. You know, we beat Time Warner across the board kind of thing. They will sometimes allow you to go do, say, like, just matter of fact, you know, Time Warner charges X dollars for Y speed and we charge whatever. But even some of them won't even let you do that. There's some that won't physically let you, they'll only let you talk about your own products in a vacuum. And there's a lot of pros and cons with that. It does keep a lot of like misrepresenting each other's products, which happens all the time here in the US, from being a thing. But it is just one of those things to just avoid that minefield. A lot of sponsor contracts be like, yeah, you know, if HelloFresh is sponsoring you, don't, and they won't say like don't talk about this brand. They'll say, you know, please don't talk about the competition. And a lot of them, it's more implied than stated. It's just considered bad form as some person being sponsored, even if they don't ask you. It's considered like bad form, kind of taboo to to talk about the competition, because it's marketing the competition when you do that. Even if you badmouth them, that still is putting that name out there. This will be another stage knocked out, which fortunately these roof plates are way cheaper than the beams were. Morning, Lore. How's it going? Let's see. You think the best contract would be Deadwood because it's basically free money, free wood, because you put the wood in your production to sell it? Yeah. I mean, Deadwood gets you pretty decent money. The problem is most of the time with Deadwood, it's out of the way enough that it's kind of tricky to bring that stuff back to your sawmills, especially like it's like half across the map or whatever. And it can be done, certainly. But the other thing is Deadwood gives you a much lower yield of wood per tree than other trees tend to. Alright. So yeah, so we should have enough roof plates, we should have enough beams, and then we've got some surplus in there, which is good. Okay, so let's take a quick look. We do actually have another stack of regular planks out here. How are our production lines going? Yeah, so you're about to get some long planks. You're a good ways away from getting a wood beam. And I don't think you've got anything else sitting out here. And I can't take any more contracts right now because we're using the equipment. So it might be one of those things. Okay, so it should be cloudy now. Let's give it a moment for the rain to actually stop. Cool, so dropping back down to slow speed. Get back to work. Get back to work. Meanwhile, while they do that, let's top off the fertilizer in this thing. This isn't ready to plant right now. It's just going to take a moment to have anything worthwhile in their inventory. So I'm just trying to be productive in the meantime. Have you considered a Twitch sub server for Farm Sim 25? I have considered it. The only hesitation I have is I have run a Farm Sim server in the past, and it really didn't get much engagement. Like, it really just didn't. I did a Project Zomboid one as well, and that one did a bit better. It's just I don't do very much multiplayer on the channel in general, and so kind of as a result, that's not really what a lot of people are looking for. I'm not against it if there is interest, though. It's just the last time, you know, I had like one person who was on there regularly, and then I'd have like another person hop on from time to time to help me out, and that was about it. You've seen someone do it now, and the physics get wonky, especially with trees. You do have to be, like, this is the thing, even playing solo, you do have to be careful with the trees. It's totally fine to do lumber and all that, but if you do cut down a large volume of trees all in a short time period and just leave them on the ground, it can hurt performance pretty badly because they all have their physics enabled. But if you just go through and you cut down some trees, load them up, take them back, and repeat that process, you can just do that all day. It's just when you leave like 80, 90 trees just laying on the ground, strewn about everywhere, that things get a bit dicey. You love riding trees in the stratosphere? Alright, so you should finish your job first. Prop flying. It's also fun. There's like things you can do where if you grab... I actually haven't tried to do it in Farm Sim 25, but you can definitely do it in Farm Sim 22. If you grab something like a box of something and jump on top of it, facing down while holding it, if you get the angle right, it will carry you into the sky. Because you're lifting it, so it's trying to lift it up to you, but you're standing on it, so it will pull you up with it. I don't know if they fixed it. It's one of those things that's so wonky. It's not a thing you really accidentally do on any frequency, and it doesn't really break anything to do it. So as far as bug goes, not really important. and all that kind of stuff. Yes, there's not a whole lot I can work on right now. We've got, yeah, because I can't take another contract. I've already got my 3. Those are staying maxed out because we got set up to distribute. That's going fine. We definitely produce the rice rolls very slowly. But I think that's fine because I don't have a lot of rice to begin with. If it is those things that we do get to next harvest and it's not depleted, then I will open it up for the other material as well. Because you imagine the future where you might have maps big enough to do crop dusting with a plane? That'd be awesome. The only reason I don't see the farm sim devs doing that is the moment they introduce planes, then you're going to have to put in the controls for an entirely different way of controlling everything. And then on top of that, you're going to have to go and build in a flight model and all that sort of stuff. And that is like literally adding a whole extra game on your game. It's not to say they couldn't do that, but as far as things I'd like them to work on, that's probably one to put pretty far down the list. Like, I would much rather see, like, you know, actual orchards. Like, I talked about this a number of times. The type of crop I would love to see the most added to the game is stuff like, whether it's apples or pears or, like, walnuts or pecans, like a tree orchard, like a proper tree orchard. Do you expect drones to take over the crop dusting in real life? There's been discussion around that you'd have to have, like, military scale drones to do that. Because I want to say they don't even do plain crop dusting anymore in the first place. I'm pretty sure that's mostly not a thing anymore either. It's just too wasteful on the whatever you're spraying. You just waste too much just dumping it into the air and not getting it on your crop versus going through with the big, you know, the big heavy spray bars. They certainly do it around there still? Gotcha. I thought that was a thing that, you know, they've started doing less and less of. But I also don't live near farms, so... You have an airfield about a mile away from you? Gotcha. Alright. I keep forgetting how ridiculously long it takes to do these green beans. Like, I always remember it's a long time. But then I knock out a bunch of other contracts and all of my work and it's still going. You have helicopter spraying for forest management, bugs and stuff? Gotcha. Yeah, no, I was under the impression that that was a thing that was going away in favor of just basically using stuff more efficiently. Not even for, like, necessarily the environmental aspect or anything, just strictly fertilizer and bug spray and all. Why you wouldn't spray the fertilizer that way? But bug spray is heckin' expensive in that volume. Let's see, they had a good investment for a 38 Kate Bell system, so you can load trailers into each other easier. For example, have a semi-trailer that's so tall, but a lot of space. Interesting. But no, it's interesting to hear that, like, crop dusting is still a proper thing that's being done at scale. Because, yeah, for me, and this is going on, like, way out of date information, I had heard that they were basically getting rid of it, again, more as a cost savings thing than, again, like any environmental or legal or, you know, anything like that. In Denmark, you have more pigs than people in the country? Well, I imagine that's true of a lot of things. I'm willing to bet if we sat down there and we look at, say, like chickens, that we probably have more chickens than people in the country as well. Because when you consider, like, how much a human being eats in the course of a year, not just chicken, just in general, like, even consideration of a percentage of the population being vegetarian and vegan and all that, but just those who do eat all that, there's a lot of animals have to be raised to support that population. Someone say chickens? Hey, chaotic chickens. Is there such thing as a not chaotic chicken? I feel like that's just saying chicken. Everyone's insane. That was one thing that blew my mind, was I got to get a tour of Anheuser-Busch's like main manufacturing plant, and this has been 12 years ago or whatever. And my brain could not handle the amount of beer I saw moving through that building. Like, you physically couldn't see the other side of the building. Like it was like a game with a rendering distance limit kind of thing. You couldn't see the other side of the building, even though it was lit the whole way. And nothing but vats of beer. And these things are going to the conveyor belts by the thousands at, like, you could barely make out they were moving so fast in the bottles, you couldn't really make out individual bottles, they were moving so fast. And it's like, yeah, this is just this month's delivery, like, to going out, and you're just going... It's like, I know some people drink some heckin' beer, but I never really put together the fact that, you know, you look at the population of a country and go this whole thing, and if the average person drinks... I have no idea what the average amount of beer is per person. And that's when you take the entire population and just average it out and not bother trying to determine, like, minors and all that. You take the total sold, divide it evenly, and just how many bottles that actually equates to, and then trying to comprehend what that's like in manufacturing. And just looking in that building is like, this isn't real. This is make-believe. There is no way this is happening with this much of a volume. Which it obviously is real and all that stuff. But it is one of those things when you get to that level of manufacturing scale that is... You hear numbers like, oh yeah, the typical year they sell, you know, I don't know, 16 billion bottles or whatever. And you're like, oh yeah, that's a really big number. And then you see even a fraction of that, and your brain's like, nope, can't do it. Can't do it. Cannot comprehend this number. It's not real, it's make-believe. If you're visiting the Anheuser-Busch facility, go to the Jelly Belly factory next door. Is it next door? It's been so long. I've gotten to see a good couple, like, manufacturing headquarters, or even not headquarters, but like one of their main distribution factories. Like, I've gotten to see Hershey's. That one's pretty cool. I feel like that's what the kind of place you work, and at first it seems really amazing, and then you begin to utterly despise the smell of chocolate after a while. I'm sure there's definitely you work at this place for X number of years, and chocolate goes from being delicious and smelling great to you despise everything that is chocolate other than that you get paid. I feel like that's true of almost anything you work in long term. That just, there's a certain point where what was once nice, because you worked it so long, you just cannot stand it. I've gotten to see a lot of machining and injection mold and all that for a bunch of different products. I've gotten to see, I used to actually work at the Space Center itself, got to see a lot of their manufacturing that they do out there for, you know, their various projects, both prototyping and for, like, their actual, like, routine rocket launches. You worked at McDonald's for 3 months, couldn't eat there for the next 2 years. I mentioned on a previous stream, I didn't work at Subway, but I worked at a building that our bottom floor was a Subway, like the one half of the bottom floor. And I used to eat Subway, like, all the time. It was one of my go-tos because it was inexpensive, it was filling, you know, relatively speaking, and we're being very relative here, it is not the worst thing you can eat. It's definitely better than, like, slamming down a bunch of fried chicken and french fries and calling that a meal, which I have absolutely done many times. And it was definitely one of those things that just having that in the bottom floor after working in that office for a couple of months, that bread stopped smelling like bread after a while, and I couldn't eat Subway for a good long while. Like, I'm back to being able to eat it just fine. But there was definitely a point where the bread started just not smelling like bread to me anymore because I'd just gotten so inundated with that smell. And I was just going in and out of the building. When it's in my office, I couldn't smell it. I would have lost my mind if I was in my office smelling Subway bread all day. As you manage a repair field, turns out that for the employee to work, all edges of the field must be smooth. You manage a repair to repair the field. Oh, so like you had the two fields, but they weren't quite lined up right. So like one had like a little jag over. Interesting. Where did it? There's a trailer. Yeah, I don't remember if that was an issue in the last one. So basically what you're saying is if you're going to merge two fields together, make sure they actually line up. Like when you're all said and done. Hey, Kazanier, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Let me go ahead and get you a shout out real fast. Good, that's not the right command. For those who haven't seen Kazanier, another fantastic content creator, plays a whole lot of simulation game. Been playing some Factorio and Satisfactory. Heck yeah. But yeah, no, we met Kazanier, it's been a year and a half or something ago. 2 years maybe. Time has no meaning. It's been a while. Because we were both playing Farm Sim 22 at the same time. Wait a second, what's the middle contract? But been going hard on Enshrouded lately and then back to Farm Sim. Gotcha. Well, I mean, also seeing Satisfactory and Factorio, you are in the right company as well. We did 2 full playthroughs of Satisfactory, and then we did a full playthrough of the new DLC for Factorio. That was actually what we did immediately before this. Is I wrapped up Factorio, and it was like literally the next day we did Farm Sim or something like that. It was something ridiculous. Or was there another game in between there? Am I misremembering? Was there something between Factorio and Farm Sim? I feel like there was. Or maybe there wasn't. I don't know. But yeah, the recent games. But yeah, so Kazanier is fun. Does like lots of like big grand scale kind of things fun. But I haven't seen... I thought I saw you on some Zomboid? Ooh. I know I did some Zomboid, but I think it's been a hot minute. Like, these days I don't play nearly as much as I used to. But I do know I played relatively recently, speaking. Like, we're talking maybe a month and a half ago, maybe? Did I? No. I don't remember. But regardless, again, if you're into like the factory automation, simulation, all that kind of stuff, it's over there. I didn't realize you played Enshrouded. That's a game I played a little bit, and it seems really good, but 100% flags me for the whole, I want to wait till it's done. Like, I don't want to do what I did to myself with Valheim, where I went really hard on the beginning of early access to the point I burnt out, and they keep adding stuff, and I'm like, can't do it. Too burnt. Alright, sorry to hear that, Night Dweller. I do hope whatever's been messing with your sleep does, you know, kindly stop messing with your sleep. Alright, so we got those two. So you're doing your thing. It's a big game, man. Easily 100, 150 hours with the new content. Yeah, no, that's what I've heard. I'm just kind of in the same, like, I'm just want to wait till it's done with early access. Like, obviously, if people have, like, a huge demand for me playing it, I'm not against playing it. But it was what I checked out. I'm like, this seems great. I'm gonna wait. Alright, so in the meantime, while we're still waiting for those green beans, because they take for absolutely... Ooh! Alright, so that cultivator is the big blue one. And we had the question here. So let's test. Cool, so you're the farmer around the corner. I'm going to try accepting this. Because I have a test I've been wanting to do. And I haven't been able to do it yet. So let's get our tractor. And I want to see, let's see. Do you have to raid and run? Gotta be up early? No problem. It's good to see you. Thank you again for the raid. You take it easy and you have a good sleep and good day at work tomorrow. But, well, waking up early. The implication probably being work. And for those popping in who don't know me, I am Rual, Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to have the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer. I do play a whole variety of games. Simulation, Settlement Builder, Tycoon. There's like a whole range. Brains fried. Do play the occasional survival game, though I don't usually tend to go for like the hardcore survival games. You know, factory automations, we've been doing a lot of those lately too. It's a pretty wide range of games I do on the channel. But lately we've been going pretty hard on Farm Simulator. We also have been playing some I Am Future, which is a cozy survival game. It kind of plays like the game Dismantle, if you've ever heard of it, where you start out, you can tear apart bushes with your hands, and that's pretty much it. And eventually you find yourself a tool that you can then break apart wood things, and then, you know, you find the next tool that lets you cut some softer metals, and then you find the next tool, and you get the idea. You just little by little, you explore more and more of the world, get more of the equipment to be able to take apart more things, to build the things to let you take apart more things, and yada yada yada. Alright. So my hope is that I can go over here, and what we have is technically a harrower, not a cultivator. But it's a decent size. So part of me is kind of hoping that I can use that harrower for cultivation contracts. And if not, that's fine. Then what I do is I grab that other contract that had the really big cultivator, and I go and I cultivate the other field. But I would like to test this just for my knowledge, because it would be good to know. Because then I can accept the, like, as long as it's not one that can be a really big cultivator, or I'm really going to want a big cultivator, I can accept these contracts without leasing equipment and get ourselves a little bit more money from them. So let's drop you off. And then grab our harrower. Which I do need to repair. I bought it used, it's in real rough shape. And I'm kind of not looking forward to repairing it. It's actually not going to be that bad, but I got to go over there and do it. Yeah, so we'll see what it says when I start doing this. Like, it'll even let me, or what the deal is. Do you count? It does. So that means we can use our own harrower to cultivate, and that'll work. Because that's bigger than the other smaller ones we're offering. I think this one's 6.8 meters, if I remember correctly. And so we check our contracts right now. There is the one here. So that one's trying to give me that harrower, or cultivator. And that cultivator, if we do the comparison in size, is probably bigger than what I've got, but the question is by how much. It's not even close. It's much bigger. It's 8.4 meters. That's fine. How much longer do I think I have for this other field? For some reason, the game doesn't differentiate between plowing, cultivating, and harrowing. Not sure if they loved hoeing into this. Well, hoeing is definitely a different process in the logic of the game. But, with that said, so let's go ahead and grab this. Well, we'll just keep doing this manually, and yeah, I can keep doing this one manually, and if we still need more to do in the meantime, we can worry about that. Because the green beans take a while, and we might as well keep making money. And also the good news is, once I finish this, we'll run up and we'll gas up and repair this. It's been overdue. Yeah, cultivator, disc harrow, and power hower all set the same cultivation flags, so you can use whatever. Gotcha. I was gonna say, I was pretty sure plowing was a different process, but the other ones, yeah. I mean, in real life, yes, there's a difference, but I can understand the game being like, yeah, we don't need this many different states. Plowing is basically cultivating plus. To a certain extent, I can see that. Okay. Plowing eliminates weed growth? Yeah. Well, no, I realize the game mechanics-wise, like, plowing's different. Because that's, when I did the Survivor Man challenge, like, I needed the plow to make fields because it wasn't running hardly any mods, so I couldn't use the cultivators to make mods. So I had to use the plow. So I had a plow, and because I had no money, that's what I worked with. Plus the plow, like the cheapest plow was cheaper than the cheapest cultivator. And so, yeah, I could basically skip the weeding because they're doing plowing, and that was one of the big things for me, was before I switched over to the cultivator, kind of the rule was I needed to be able to afford the cultivator and a way of dealing with the weeds. Alright. But yeah, so we can get all this knocked out. It looks like we're gonna go relatively fast. The harvester is going, it's just that field is so huge, and the green bean harvester just does not cover much space. But that said, that field is like mostly done. But that's the reason why I'm taking this like one section of cultivating at a time. Just to try and save ourselves time, because I'm not gonna try and do every contract we can make money today. Alright, so once we finish this row, it looks like we need to empty out the green bean harvester again. Okay. Still a decent amount left. That's fine. At least it's not a huge red beet field. Yeah, for as slow as the green beans are and all that, it's still nowhere near as painful as the root crops. The root crops, if you have two people, like human people doing it, can be pretty reasonable. But But yeah, with an AI, it's very difficult. Does a new player take that as a contract? Felt sorry for him. Are you referring to Bloody Drongo yesterday? Because I didn't see how that ended because I had to go to bed. But I definitely saw Drongo working on that root crop, and it was definitely just as slow as I remember. Like, and the sad thing is it actually can be good money. It's just really one of the, like, the big pain point for it is just the fact that you do have to have two vehicles going at the same time, and getting them to coordinate is just not a doable thing. And I remember people talking about, like, setting the lines and all that between you and the AI, which I thought sounded really clever. I hadn't tried it before. Which, for those who don't know what that was, and I haven't tested this, the suggestion I had heard is you basically take all the instructions the AI is going to get for its lines on the harvester, and then while you're in the chaser vehicle, you get those same instructions. So you treat the chaser where you say, like, what's the width? You go to the harvester and say, okay, the harvester is 6 meters. It doesn't matter if your chaser is like 4 meters, you set it to 6 meters so that all the lines line up. Because in theory, if you do that, what you should be able to do is follow the line next to the harvester, and everything should just line up correctly. So when the harvester just does whatever the heck it feels like, it shouldn't be terrible. I haven't done it. Did Blanco even earn anything in the end, or did the AI work it all up? Usually you make money doing it. Like, if you take the time, you usually actually do make good money, because a lot of those contracts will be like 18,000, and yeah, the AI is going to eat up like 4 of it. But usually those are contracts you can genuinely make pretty okay money. It's just so frustrating. It wasn't done by the time the stream ended. Oh, man. Yeah, that's the veggies. I still remember for the YouTube series just planting the carrots and doing like 2 to 3 harvests of that giant field I made of carrots. Which was like 100-something crates of carrots. And it was good money for the challenge, but it was just one of those things, like how many human hours was a harvest with that really tiny little harvester that's got like the little like, what is it, like 0.6 meter harvesting header or whatever to it. And just, it would take like 9 hours, like real life human hours, to harvest that whole giant field with that tiny little harvester, and then load up all those crates, which I could only put in something like 4 or 6 or something on the trailer before the tractor would start going like 1-2 miles per hour, that you're better off not putting more on there and just sticking with less and just going much faster. And I did like 2 or 3 episodes at that ridiculously awful rate. At which point, I can't remember what crop I had switched to, but I had gotten enough money I could dump all of that and just switch it to anything. Yeah, no, I agree. I think genuinely, like, I'm debating for a smaller field, if I can get like the big harvester, just testing what that person had said, where you could sit there and set the driving assist to match the harvester, and just seeing how it works. The big problem is the AI trying to do like the weird fancy thing on the corner. I don't know if there's a way to turn that off, but like I would love to turn that off, where they go and they make like the little half circle, quarter circle. I would love to turn that off so they at least predictably, do the box, once or twice in a round. And I understand why they do it, so the harvester could turn around without leaving the field. But I do wish it'd be like, don't do that. That way, at least when you get to the end of the row, the harvester can go out and turn around. You know what to avoid? Yeah, like, that's the thing. You can make decent money on the root crop, but it is so much painful. The root needs more headlands. Yeah. Like, it's just slow. The harvesters aren't particularly wide. And then it just takes a long time. The AI, if you're using anything but like the very smallest harvester, a lot of them don't have an internal storage. So it'll only harvest while your trailer is underneath the conveyor belt, which is just where all the pain goes. I do wish they just kind of, they do make the vehicles accurately, well, fairly accurately represent the different vehicles. I do wish they'd kind of hand wave and get like 500 liters or 2,000 liters of internal storage on the giant harvester, even though the real life one doesn't. And just to make it so you don't have to be like perfectly under there the whole time. So that way when the AI does all sorts of scuff stuff, it can run for 10, 20, 30 seconds or whatever before you need to get back into position, before it has to stop moving. If they just did that, it would smooth it out so much. It'd still be slow, but at least it'd be slow and you could actually do it without frustration. You see someone grow roots and other veggies in aeroculture in a small tower sprayed with water and nutrients mist. It was very space efficient, but that's only harvestable manually. So you don't see that being implemented in farming games. Yeah, no, that'd be stuff you just call it the greenhouse, because that's what the greenhouse is non-specific like hydroponics or tower growing or whatever's going on in there. Like non-specific, efficient growing kind of thing. So yeah, I would just hand wave that to you're growing the carrots, you know, in a greenhouse kind of thing. Like, even though in reality it wouldn't be a greenhouse, but you get the idea. Isn't the game just shove it in a greenhouse and call it a day? But that's it, in Farm Sim, only certain crops grow in the greenhouses, only certain crops grow outside of a greenhouse. I can't go, I want carrots, let me grow them in the greenhouse. It's just not the way it works. Alright. Make a couple more rows here. You're still doing your thing. I haven't ever seen a greenhouse in this game. And you have no idea how they worked or harvested. Yeah, so in-game, I actually have run by the greenhouses a lot. You probably just didn't even realize I was doing it. Because literally the greenhouse is, it just looks like a greenhouse. You put water in this spot, and then pallets of goods come out the other side. And that's pretty much how it works. You don't actually go in there and do anything there. But yeah, because we have a greenhouse for the rice saplings. So every time you see those rice, that came out of a greenhouse. And then like the hot peppers and garlic and all that's also coming out of a greenhouse. Yeah, it's a production building. It would be interesting if they did add something like that where you could go in the greenhouse. And again, they do like you walk up to the thing and your hands just kind of do this type of thing and you get crops or whatever. I just don't know how they'd handle the storage side of it. So with that, we can go ahead and take the cultivating one. We can collect that. That's a big field. We'll accept the littler one here. I think if we do end up taking the big field one, we're gonna accept their equipment. Oh, good. The field reset to being entirely not cultivated. Good to know. So gas up here. And then we can repair it on the way back. Because you still got a little whiles left in you. Here, remember you explained that you use the greenhouse for that? You're super attentive on the actual watching side, mostly reading chat, our message and our stuff. Oh yeah, that's totally fine. It is a weird thing that like the greenhouses just do like the magic where they just stuff pops out. But that's the same with all production lines. You put something in and by magic something comes out. So you go to like the flour mill, you just dump a bunch of you dump a bunch of wheat into it, and that's just magically flour comes out the other side. And they charge you like a monthly property, like a monthly like rent kind of thing. Not rent, but like property tax or whatever. Property maintenance, that's the word. Which is interesting because you stop and you think about it, in reality, there'd be a whole lot of workers in there working that thing. It wouldn't be you just make stuff happen. The temple, yeah, so all of the new maps for Farm Sim 25 have large projects on them. So for example, Riverbend has a silo that you convert into a museum. And then the map we're on right now, the non-specific East Asian map, has a temple you build. I don't know what the European map has. But you get the idea. And so the way it works is it'll be like stage 1, okay, I need 14,000 liters. I did not lower that, so it's literally doing nothing. That's new, you like it? Yeah, so Farm Sim 22 had it on one map. I think, no, actually it may have been 2 maps. I know Silver Run Mountain had it. So if you went to Silver Run Mountain, there's the beat-up, dilapidated roller coaster that you had the project of repairing it and bringing it back into service. You only own 2019? Gotcha. Well, yeah, no, we've mentioned earlier the jump from 2019 to 2020, or sorry, the jump from 19 to 22 wasn't as big as the jump from 22 to 25. So if you're coming from 2019 towards 25, that is a pretty big jump forward. Because I'm running no mods right now. The steering assist right now, where it's following this line for me, that's just base game. No mods, no anything else going on. The AI has been massively improved, so they can actually do even some of their basic tasks at least. And like so far, I've only gotten one stuck once so far, which I pulled a harvester up to a tree and gave it to the AI, and the AI just went, no, and then gave it back. But otherwise, the AI has been really good, which it's fair, like pulling a harvester into the woods practically and telling the AI to take over, and the AI being like, no thanks, not interested. That's reasonable. We've got all of the crops, literally every single crop that was in Farm Sim 22 has been brought forward. No anything not brought over. And then on top of that, we do have spinach, rice, long rice, green beans, peas are all the new field crops. They add a bunch to the greenhouses, so you can make kimchi. So there's like cabbage, hot peppers, garlic, spring onions, all that. We have some new production lines on it. And the thing that's neat about rice is rice you have to flood the field, so it's just a very different crop. Which opens up a bunch of stuff. You've got the project stuff I just mentioned, a massive graphic overhaul. You're not going to see too much of it, but you can see like I've got the indentation of like my tracks right there. They might be hard to see on stream because that's not a particularly deep one, but you can actually leave indentation in the ground now. So like if, for example, I go drive across a muddy field, I leave these really deep tracks in it. If I try and drive across the other way, it will bounce the tractor up and down. so you can kind of bottom out your tractor. It's not a thing like Mud Runner. You can just keep digging deeper and deeper by spinning your tires or anything. You just do get a bit of depth that can make sometimes tools get stuck on it and stuff like that. But right now I'm cultivating, so yeah, I'm putting tracks down and then I'm immediately tearing up the soil that has the tracks to get rid of them. But that's a new thing, is the terrain deformation. What else do we have? The massive graphical overhaul. So we now have volumetric lighting and volumetric fog. Also, the mud builds up in the tire and it looks cool. Yeah. Is it a thing where two AI can work together on the same field? So, yes, I haven't tested it. What I can do is I can go in here and I can tell it to skip lines on the AI and then take another AI and have it do the next set of lines. I haven't messed with it, so I do not know how good it works or what, like how hard it is to set up or anything like that. But maybe it works well, maybe it doesn't. I honestly don't know. But in theory, I should be able to line up 1, 2, 3 AIs or whatever and have them all set to skip rows. And they should be able to all work on the same field. You know, and just go a little bit faster because they're kind of splitting the difference. That's not a thing I've ever considered wanting in Farm Sim before, just because I usually do challenge runs where you just don't have enough money. So having, 3-4 times the equipment I need just to do a task, so that I can split it between multiple AIs, is something I've never really considered. I know it's a thing in real life, but, just with the style of play I do, I usually don't have the abundance to take advantage of it. But yeah, so in theory that should work. Alright, so finish cultivating this field, and around the same time we should have the harvesting done. So we should be able to drop off the green beans. Get the payday for both contracts, and that should end the stuff we're doing in this in-game month. Base run's been going pretty good. We're on phase 9 of 8 or 9 now of the temple. Oh, I think we're on phase 8, but we've already got everything dropped off and waiting for phase 9. Does he wonder if you could do a harvester and chaser both work together by AI drives? So the problem I've run into is it does seem like, and I haven't tested on this one, but in the past, the AI drivers could not operate the chaser. They didn't have the logic for it, so it wasn't a thing they could do. I don't know if that's changed. I wouldn't expect it to have changed. There were just certain tasks the AI couldn't do. Part of that being because they wouldn't know where the material is or whatever. But maybe it is a thing you could do. I don't know. That would be cool if there was logic to it. You could be like, hey, you're a chaser trailer for that vehicle, and it would just handle it. The solo item says, in real life, you have massive fields. You have a butt ton of combines side by side. And offset, so the chaser is behind the one to the right or left, depending on where the hopper is. Yeah, no, I've seen that where you see like combine, chaser, combine, chaser, combine, chaser. And then you'd also end up having like, as those chasers got filled up, you'd have like another chaser that's in staging to like take the place. So, this one fills up, the chaser would get out, like basically get out of the way behind the combine, the next chaser would run up. I don't know how the exact exchange works. But like I've definitely seen like the pictures of that where you have like, the 10, 12 combines all next to each other with chasers in between and just doing all that. But you'd probably need fields much bigger than you typically see in Farm Sim. You need like giant fields. What do the combines fill each other until it gets to the chaser at the very end? I wouldn't want to try and line it up. You need a mod for that, but it was possible. Yeah, no, I know there was mods for the chaser ones. No, I think the mod was strictly for having the AI be able to handle a chaser. Okay. Right after this row, we need to empty the green beans again. Not doing any red beets? No. I've already made that mistake. I've been through that experience before. I learned my lesson. I did that Survivor Man one, and it wasn't the same problem with like the giant harvester, but the little tiny one where it has like such that like little teeny tiny like 0.6 meter wide harvesting width, whatever it is. I've done that one multiple times with the field like maybe pretty close to the size of this field. It was whatever, if you've ever seen the Calm Lands custom map in 22, it was that one about what it could fit on, I think it was like a tile and a half or something like that. That was nothing but carrots. With the tiny little one, you spit the crates off the back. And I timed, and it took me 9 real life hours to harvest the field and then pick up all of those boxes. It's like picking up the boxes like an hour or two. Just forklifting up one box after the other. I do really want to get Survivor Man going. We just gotta wait for the custom maps to drop. And my understanding is the map editor isn't available for people yet, and that's the holdup. Is that the devs are working on stuff. Alright, so this will be the last field we cultivate for right now. Because if we were to start that other field to cultivate, we would be, like, the other stuff would be long for. Is there a reputation system, or is the contract size random? I think it's random. I don't know that for certain. I haven't seen anything to imply there's a reputation system of any kind, but I also could be wrong. But as best I've noticed, it's just kind of an RNG thing. There's also a thing that you can literally go to a field, harvest the crop, a contract will come right back to say, okay, we'd like you to cultivate this, and you do that, and then they'll, like, contract will come back and be like, okay, will you weed this? Like, you can have, like, one contract for the same field, just, like, contract after contract show up in the area. It'll still only show stuff that's supposed to be relevant for that in-game month. But you can work almost every job every single field has. No, it's not that you can harvest a random field. You can take a contract to harvest a field like I'm doing with the green beans. And it's very likely what'll happen is after I finish harvesting that field, when I turn in that contract, a new contract will show up that then tells me, okay, cultivate that field you just harvested. That can be good if you start getting, like... Honestly, if you wanted to do, like, a Zero to Hero challenge and you're trying to just make it have very strong feeling progression, you could do that where you save up the money, buy yourself a really good tractor, buy yourself a really good one of the piece of equipment, whether it's a cultivator or whatever, and just use those contracts to get yourself the largest of, like, all your generic equipment and all that. and you could get all that going. And just because people are mentioning Discord server, we do have a Discord server. Obviously, I would like you to join it, but I do understand that's true of every creator and all that. And so it's one of those things, like, very much we do try and have stuff going on there. I announce that I'm doing streams and special events and all that kind of stuff. It's the best way to keep up with what's going on. Especially lately, I've been doing bonus streams. Now, the last 2 days I did bonus streams. Admittedly, I may have short noticed those, because those were very unplanned. I was just kind of like finished everything I wanted to get done for the day, and just go to, you know, and just go and like jump into that. What does from zero mean in this game? Running around with a shovel? No. So generally speaking, when you're 0 to hero in this game, it's hardest economy settings. You start with $0 and no equipment. Which does mean basically taking contracts and that kind of stuff. Now, there's a separate thing called the Survivor Man Challenge. And this isn't like a challenge with strict rules. Everyone's got their own implementation of that with yes, no's, and all that. But the general thing for the Survivor Man Challenge is you start on a map that's like no buildings other than the place to buy equipment and the sell point, the maintenance, and the gas. The minimum you need to for the game to function. And so the Cyberman Challenge, you usually give yourself $0, a chainsaw, one section of land, and be on one of those maps. Most people also make rules around you can't take loans, you can't take leases, that kind of stuff. But that's where you start getting into some people have those rules, some people don't. The Survivor Man Challenge is what I really want to do. But for this save, we haven't been allowing ourselves to take any loans or leases in regards to, like, for our own equipment. Obviously, for the contracts, we've been doing leases just to keep things moving along for this while I wait for the map for a Survivor Man Challenge. But generally, the leases are one of those things that some people say yes, some people say no to. Alright, so let's go over here and repair this hardware. We bought it used. It's pretty roughed up. It's going to cost us probably a couple thousand. Yeah. And like I said, they're thematic challenges, so you will have some people be running on the hardest economy settings. It's like I said, that's what most people do for like the Survivor Man Challenge and 0 to Hero, but not strictly required because it's not like there's a leaderboard or some enforcing thing on it. So repair you. Yeah, so it's about 5,000 bucks to repair them. And I will not repaint them because I want them to look all beat up because I think that looks better. I like the stuff looking like it's actually put to use and not just you get the vehicle and it looks mint straight off the store floor or whatever. Because I just, real life they're gonna get dented up. Yeah, you can go and patch them and paint them up and all that stuff, but they're still gonna get a little dented up and all that. It has more character. It's the same thing, honestly, when you make game characters, a lot of stuff. If you give them armor, you put scratches in the paint and all that to make it look more authentic. Unless you have a character that's their whole gimmick is they're like the character who has like all the money and resources and everything to throw at them, so they always have like the latest kit and everything, as a character design thing. But otherwise, generally, everything's gonna have a little bit of scuff and scratches and all that. Shiny edges. Even well cared for stuff ends up that way. That is what wear and tear is. Alright, so that last field should be just getting to the edge of about done. How is I in Future? It's good. I enjoyed it. It's not the first time I played it. Um, there we go. I was like, you shouldn't be folding. You should be done. But yeah, no, I've been enjoying I Am Future. I am thinking we're getting pretty close to the end of the game, which is totally fine. Alright, so you can go and just park this over here somewhere for right now. How are you doing? Right, we already did advance the next part of this. And you're doing the last little bit of this. You definitely don't have enough stuff. But seeing the last 2 times you reached the end point at that time, so it's a continuation run. Yeah, so we definitely started a new run the other day because it is the release, so I didn't know what changed. For the most part, it's just like the whole earlier part has been, as far as I can tell, the same. There probably is changes I'm missing, but it's been the same for like the whole beginning part of it. But with a lot of that, we have gotten to a point where we're definitely doing new stuff in I Am Future this way. Like, I think I've reached like 4 or 5 or 6 new areas that weren't in the previous versions that I can remember, so that's good. I've gotten some more materials than we had the last time available, so that's all good news. But it definitely feels like I am starting to wind down to what's probably the end of the game, just because I've got a bunch of my benches are getting upgraded, and there's not another upgrade to do. And a lot of the tools, I'm no longer seeing more upgrade options. That said, I could be surprised and I get like a whole new workbench or something that I'm not expecting, and then suddenly there's like 4 more tiers or something like that. I would doubt it, though. I don't think they've held back that much content. I do believe in the early access they gave us like 70-80% of the content, and you know, the last 20 or 30% is there. So my expectation is when we start stream tomorrow on I Am Future, there is a very good chance we will finish I Am Future. We may not. I might be underestimating how much content is left, but everything I've been led to believe with how it's been presented is we probably are on that home stretch. Here, I'm gonna go ahead and take over. That way I'm doing something. So you switch to I Am Past? Hear me out. That'd be a good name for a prequel for that series. Hey Alex Simi, how's it going? I Am Past would be an interesting prequel for it. Considering the game has its whole story about your character's background, which I won't spoil for people here who might want to play I Am Future and not be spoiled on it. Not that it's a big thing. The game is pretty heavy-handed on delivering its story. Not in like a bad way, but it's one of those things that you're like really difficult to kind of miss what's going on. I Am Legend? No one cares about that. Nah, it's fine. I Am Legend is fine. Man, I like I Am Future. Admittedly, I haven't seen I Am Legend. I'm indifferent on it. Like, I don't have anything against it, I don't have anything for it. I haven't experienced it, so I don't have an opinion. Like, I'm aware of what the story behind it is and everything. Yeah. What was that weird vampire zombie movie? I have no idea. But yeah, so it's not a bad remake. Gotcha. Yeah, I think it's like every other year I've grabbed the green beans here because I'm like, it's not that slow. I'll just grab it first thing in the morning and let it go, and you know, it'll be done by the time I'm done. And every time it ends up holding up the rest of the day. Yeah, the baddies are vampire zombies based off a book. I have no idea. Okay. There wasn't any other contracts I wanted to have her, like, AI knockout. Yeah, it's like all these harvest contracts, but they're all like vegetables, and I definitely don't want to do those. Like, they're all like root vegetables and all that. We have one for sorghum, but literally every single other one is vegetables. We do have the big cultivating one, but... well, it would definitely be worth taking. We'll see. I probably won't. I'll probably leave it there. Because I'm already over my time for today. But I figure I want to wrap this field up and all that. Do red beet? No. I mean, honestly, between the red beets, carrots, and parsnip, they're kind of all the same. Like... it was funny watching people be like, oh no, you don't understand, they're nowhere near as bad as red beet. No, you don't understand, they're nowhere near as bad as carrots. And it's like, I mean, they all suck, let's be honest. If you're doing them all on your own, they all suck pretty bad. Like, they're accurate representations of what they are, but for the simulation, they're not a good time. I want to see how the olives and the grapes are in this one, because those were another one in 22 that were pretty rough. And the only thing that made them rough, really the only thing, was you had that little arch kind of harvester and all that. You had to like drive over them, and you'd snag so easily on it, and then the AI just didn't know what to do with it. So my hope is, with the improvements to the AI, you can cut the AI loose and it can actually manage it. Like, that'd be my curiosity. Because those are ones I could actually see where last game they weren't a great time for most of the time. Like, they were manageable. But I could definitely see if they made the AI better, where you could hand the AI to it and it could just manage it. That'd be really good. But it's also those ones I think would be the most difficult to set up the AI to be able to manage well. That was an interesting epic video. Yeah, oh, was it just like all the harvesters and chasers next to each other? Just where they do like the whole like wedge where it's just, you know, harvester, chaser, harvester, chaser, harvester, chaser. Just delete a field. Okay. I got all excited. I was like, man, I'm down to this row and then 3 more. Then we got down this field. I was like, oh, I'm not. It's getting there. Like, we're getting down to the last couple stripes. The people who made it were definitely know what they're doing. Yup. So remind me next time, chat, that I go to grab a green bean mission. Just remind me every single time it's taken longer than I remember. Like, it's not terrible, but that it does take like 50% longer than I remember every single time. It is like the vegetables, I just remember they're long. It's like, oh yeah, let's not grab those. And then the green beans, like, I know it was long, but it wasn't that long. And just remind me every single time I'm wrong. Because that's been my experience. Yeah, so we should be able to go over here. And honestly, can I hand this over to the AI now? What do you do, AI? Because I know I need to empty you here in a second. Not as long as beats? No, it's not as long as beats. Oh, let's see what you're gonna do. I'm genuinely curious, because I had you in the middle of work and all that, and just handed you over. I don't know where you're going, but there's no field over there. I think it's going back to the start point, and it's going to figure out where the nearest crop is and go over that way. But the reason I handed it over... Yeah, no, I think it's going to drive over to start, and then it's going to drive back over to where it can find the first crop. It won't go and harvest areas it's already harvested. Was it continue to start? I did not pay attention. Yeah, because it won't re-harvest places it's already harvested. But regardless, I gotta drop this off, so I can't be harvesting in the meantime. So I'm just gonna let it do its thing for a minute. And then what I might do is, while it's running over there and doing that, as long as we see that it's harvesting now. Oh, is it going to pick up those last little scraps? We'll see. Like, if I have to take over, that's totally fine. Would you not? Okay. Because regardless, it can't be in two places at once. So we'll just see what it does. If I come back, it's just in the wrong spot in the field, just jump back in and go back to harvesting. Otherwise, like I said, what we could do is, while it's getting its next load, we can just run over to a Deadwood mission or something real quick. I'm a little concerned. Well, no, because the last one only gave us like 40-something% of this transported. The big thing is I don't want to transport 100% until the field is fully done, so that way I can get the full amount of money. We've gone through this much effort. Let's get our extra $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 that we can get from the crop. Little concerned here. 99%. That's less than 100. So with that, I should be able to get the rest of the crop out of there for the full value. So zip across here, go up there. Which does imply we're extremely close to done, considering we basically have nothing left to deliver, like just the tiniest fraction. And it's saying got 3% more field to do. It does look like the harvester is on that far end of the field, though, where we were missing stuff. So that's very promising that I'll be able to go over there. And as I said before, yeah, see, it figured itself out. So yeah, so I think it just cut across the field. And I think it picked up one of those tiny little spots it missed. And now it's harvesting the last of that. So I'm going to leave it to do its thing for a minute. We had a Deadwood contract on here, right? Yeah, so we can take that Deadwood contract. So you get bonus by fracture? Yeah, so what happens is they only expect you to get so much, like 80-ish% or so. So any additional crop you get over that, you get to keep as, like, you can sell it yourself, you can put into production if you wanted. It's effectively yours. I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself? There we go. There's one. Okay, there should only be 5 of them. Unfortunately, because we're doing this like in the early fall and all that, before everything yellows, the trees are all like lush and green and large, so it's really kind of hard to make out the dead trees through all the canopy. Versus these contracts get real easy during the winter. There's just, you can see like right through the gaps in the trees. You're so excited for Farm Sim 25 and you can't stop playing it now? I know kind of the feeling. It's a difficult thing as a creator because I can't really play it off stream much. I mean, I could, but it'd just be repeating what I'm already doing on stream. And then you'd get in that weird thing where you want to play the save you've got more progress on, but that's your on-stream one because you get more hours to do that because you're based, you know, it's my job. Like, that's what happened with Factorials. Like at the beginning when the Factorio DLC dropped, I was playing a save on and off stream, and that didn't last very long because I really wanted to see like as I got to the new content on the DLC, and I just wanted to see more of it. But like, you know, I just don't have the same amount of time to play games off stream as on, and so it's just so much far behind, and just the thing I wanted to do I couldn't do because it wasn't nearly far enough. And it's going to take me too long to get there. And I'm trying to walk through this in different directions and all that each time. Because that's a easy way to spot where they're like really bunched in. You get different angles. Alright, so that's that contract knocked out for... It's just a couple $100, just a bit shy of 1,000. But super fast as doing it while another contract is going on. I'm not going to worry about that. Let's hop back in this. Okay, so it's got like... one more full row and like 2 or 3 half rows. I need to use the restroom real fast, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna let you keep seeing this. I'm gonna use the restroom and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a minute. Alright. Yeah, because I would suspect, as far as harvesting side goes, this might be considered done. But, as far as, like... I'm gonna switch over to manual control. As far as, like the mission being done. There we go. We got the 1% more. Now, my hope is, because we were at 99% on the harvest, or sorry, on the drop-off, not 100%, my hope is it will let me keep going until we get all of this. Because that will be a significant addition to how much money we're going to make. And yeah, it means I got to roll around and get this last couple rows done, but whatever. That's totally fine. We can get all that knocked out real quick. Yeah, because it's only like 4 or 5 more rows, but most of them are not full rows. Like these last couple are going to go away. Like the last ones to my left will go pretty quick. So it'll be just this one. We'll take the long one back. It'll put us in like a little bit of an awkward spot, but that's fine. Yeah. Oh, nope. We didn't leave enough. Alright, so we don't get to get all the money we could have gotten. Alright, well, at least the good news is we got most of this. The only 2 things you want are the lumberjack script and the autoload for pallets, because you hate doing it manually. Yeah, now I know a lot of people are waiting for the autoload mod. So yeah, so we could have made a lot more money on it. Unfortunately, it did deliver too much in my last pass. It's fine. That's just a little extra income. That's probably honestly not that much that we lost out on. Maybe 1,000, 2,000 more I could have potentially made. But still, we'll sell it. We'll get what we can. We're still going to make like 20,000 or something by the time this is done. And then, you know, the employee wages coming back out, it would probably be 2,500. So still good money for the hard economy settings. Yeah, so it's like 12%. That's still, all things considered, that's still 5.5, you know, 5.5, you know, units or whatever of the cell, so far as like how much it prices it by. Because most stuff is priced at the 1,000 liter. But still probably a couple thousand. Okay. We'll just pull to the area where the ambulances go through, don't mind me. That wouldn't get you in trouble. Alright, so let's see what we get from this. And drop that off. We're not going to worry about that $9,000 cultivating mission. I mean, we still got 4,300 extra dollars. Then plus the mission there, so... Yeah, so I'd still say that's good. Probably made 18,000, 19,000 out of it. But with that, we've already done everything here. We do have the extra contract here that was good money, but I'm going to skip on it. I'm more concerned about let's advance our day and see if we see anything else with the temple. Because we got to be getting pretty close to that temple being done. We're putting roof tiles on it now. The question is, will we build the main building and have to do others? All right. Yep, so we've got good money there. We can go... Before we worry about anything else, just hop right up here. And you are still working. And I don't think we're going to skip another in-game day here. Can you actually see what's being built now? I guess you're still building? It might just be literally this one building that gets built. Yeah, so we've got cross beams. These weren't here before. So you added cross beams, so we're still building this main building. I really don't know what's going to go in these other locations. I really am hoping all this time we're putting into that main building, we're not going to have that like 5 times over or something, anything like that. That would be most upsetting. Do we have any amazing sales? Not amazing, but we do actually have some sales. I mean, those are good sales for those harvesters if I had the money, but I'm not going to. And then the contracts when we get back. The harvesting ones are dropping off because we're getting to the end of the year. That'd be a really good one when they come back. That's 20,000, nice and easy. The other ones I probably wouldn't worry about. What's the time? Nah, I shouldn't push my luck. Alright, so what we're going to end up doing here, chat, is I am going to save the game. And what's going to happen from there is if you are watching over on YouTube, we will be dropping there, all at once abruptly, because I am going to be ending stream here, and I don't really have a means of rating over on that end. So, don't forget to like and subscribe and do all that stuff over there on the YouTube side. And for those over here on the Twitch side of things, don't go anywhere, because what I'm going to go ahead and do is